Sunday, a day off for some, but not for me and my color casting prowess. And ABBA trombone, how's it going, dude? Are we ready? I mean, we got to be ready. We're into picks and bands already, but we're
Yeah.
excited for this one, dude. Utah State eSports taking on the Lobster option, our first best of five quarter final in the Dominant League.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting best of five here. Some big champions coming out to be banned here. Not wanting to deal with the cane here for sure. The Blitzcrank, perhaps this will prevent some early cheese into the earlier section while everyone's trying to get nice in the laning phase and possibly figure out where the jungler is going to be in these matchups.
I think jungle is always a key aspect, but usually the jungle synergizes most of the time with the bot lane duo. Now, we've seen such a transition between AD carries and supports as this season has kind of gone along. Zeri, Lulu, we even seen the Sivir come out with the Karma,
Yeah.
Jin, the Varus, everything has been thrown in there, and the Heimerdinger as well. But we're not going to get that in the first pick. Utah say we're going to prioritize the Wukong. This is a very strong early game jungler.
Yeah, a very strong early game jungler too. Can be flexed in the top side, but not necessarily going to be going there. A lot of setup there with his ultimate. Just going to be able to get some wombo combos potentially, or just peel off some team members, or even just get some picks here. So there's some flexibility on how you want to be able to draft your team and be able to utilize those picks, just like a Seraphine pick that we're seeing here as well.
Seraphine is an interesting one. She's kind of fallen. Well, that confirms. Yeah, I was going to be very
Yeah.
surprised if Mr. Bedard was taking on the AP carry role. Now, for everybody who doesn't know, very notorious AD carry, very busy, very reliable. I mean, it doesn't reflect in the standings for the season for Lobster option. 4-3 for the season. They started off so hot, especially in that little invitational we had at the start of the season. But they're looking to just leave that all behind because right now, Abba, we're into the quarterfinal playoffs. It's all or nothing. Every game is a must-win game for these organizations.
Yeah, must win for sure. You don't want to be able to lose those tempos. And with best of fives, there's more time to lose your leads or throw things, and it's longer too, so it's more exhausting. League can be a very taxing game here. So these later games, we might see some more slip ups here. So people are gonna have to be careful if they're not gonna be able to end these games quick and decisively.
Oh, Utah showing their hand very early on in the draft. Silas going to be locked in. That hijack becomes such an important skill to actually orientate your team around. They are going to lock in that karma, so they still haven't shown what they want to take in the bot side. Now, this gives the Lobster option the ability to ban away a lot of the AD carries that Zaya doesn't like to play into. So, very smart draft coming through from the Lobster option. They picked up Seraphine Zaya. I would probably think that Seraphine is opted towards the mid lane rather than the support. I feel like there's a lot better supports out there than to take the Seraphine, but Lilia are going to be the third pick in the first round.
I've seen some nice successful things with Seraphine in the bot lane, but certainly can be taken to the mid lane for some nice setups there. They would be against a Silas there, which means they're going to be able to steal that Encore and get a lot of utility out of that as you're able to reposition quite well as Silas as well. And, like you're saying beforehand, this bot lane pick, super important here. I'm surprised with the Jinx ban rather than a Caitlyn being Zaya's laning phase is not as strong as some of these other ones and can be harassed as they really need to scale and be able to just do that damage in there. And, Caitlyn prevents that.
Oh, one of the most, I guess you could say, the best pairing for Zaya is that Rakan. Even though it's
Yep.
fallen away a little bit, Thresh just kind of went on the ascendancy too. And understandable why that Dark Passage, along with the safety that Zaya has in her kit, means that you're not going to be able to get that. Okay, so Utah do take away that
Yeah.
traditional pick in the Rakan. So we're probably expecting another highly prioritized pick, and Lulu is still on the board right here.
That is true. Lulu gets a lot of nice trades for their team, make sure they stay safe, and it's more anti-dive here as well if they end up going for that with the Zive with the Feather Pole, and Lulu would also enable that. But Ornn also does that with Call of the Forged Gods as well and gives them some more late game inevitability, just more stats on their team, just be able to check them.
Well, Orn definitely been locked in. Now, Orn is a champion. I go back to it time and time again. This champion is just not tank duty. This is 1v1 potential. He
Hmm.
is a carry in that top lane, whether you like it or not. So, taking something into this, the Gwen, the Camille, yeah, the Camille's going to be hovered. It's going
Ooh,
to be locked in by
yeah.
Utah. So, they want that big pressure in that top lane. It's going to be a little bit rough for a certain period of time, but if they can accelerate the Camille, that's another win condition that they get off the mark here. And Silas with a hijack, Ornn is definitely another target for that.
Yeah, I've seen Camille take over games with it, whether it be a split push, just getting some picks, or just being able to set up their team for any successful objectives. Super strong, a late game monster, as well as that true damage can be quite potent to deal with. You can only build so much AP or HP to go with it as well. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to use that as a potential second win con with their composition, as Aphelios is also a nice, strong champion as well in the bot lane.
This is getting exciting. Valentine gets the Aphelios. Again, another AD carry that has been so good this season. Hold the phone. Kisante being hovered? Surely not. Seraphine support here? Oh,
Could
the
be a
lobster
Seraphine
option.
support. Okay,
Oh,
the
wow.
lobster option. The Cassante is the option here. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more of a less traditional setup here. They could have an Ornn mid lane. I've seen that before. They could. I've also seen it in the bot lane, but I think they would get a little bit too harassed there with the setup there. So we'll have to see how they end up going with a lineup into this set.
Oh, the Ornn mid is going to be something that's going to be really interesting to watch. Now, Ornn and Silas isn't actually that bad of a matchup if you think about it. Silas can't really do a whole lot to the Ornn. I mean, he can
That's
heal up
true.
damage that comes through. I mean, Ornn really just wants to farm in that lane. It's such a short lane, so it maybe offers Ornn a little bit more safety. There's not really a whole lot of CC apart from the Silas change. But with Wukong, I mean, once he's full six, it's not so bad. Once you get that Cyclone unlocked, especially his only goal in that early game for the Wukong is get to that Divine Sunderer as quick as you
Oh
can
yeah.
and influence the map because this game, from what we can tell right now, this is on a little bit of a time limit here.
Yeah, definitely a time limit. There's a lot of threat that the lobster option has here. Of course, we've talked about the Zaya as well, and Ornn can be a carry in his own right, and Lily can do a lot of peeling and damage as well. They can play from a nice distance here as well. Seraphine has some nice range to go with it. Lilia has some range with it as well, with a little bowling ball going through, and they have some nice zone control as well. They're gonna be able to get a lot of value out of these jungle fights with all these tight skill shots and some nice follow up as well on both teams, really.
Well, we'll see if they can get off to a good start in this game. It's going to be so important that they do. And Lilia is a champion. Again, we haven't seen in the jungle all that often, but once she is, the combination of the sleep can set up so much for this team. The
Hmm.
Seraphine ultimate, the Zaya ultimate, it's all AoE. Everything is. And Kisante can basically say, pick one you don't want in the team fight, and he'll take them away.
Yeah, the lobster option definitely wants to be team fighting here, as that what their composition does best. They do have some other options as well, but those might be more of a plan B should the team fights not go through and they don't quite have the money that they need. Their power spikes are also going to be a little bit later than some of these. Like Wukong just wants that Divine Sunderer super early, a big spike there with a lot of bruisers. It's just two items, and you're a lot stronger than some of these carries that need three items right now.
Well, again, the early game going to be so important for Utah. The way they've played all season, 7-0 for the season, by the way. This team
Oh.
is no slouch. They have been phenomenal. They finished as number one seed, and that's why we see them going up today against the Lobster option. They finished seed four in Division B. Wasn't too bad. But of course, the winner of this either plays Michigan B or the winning formula, and we'll see if they can actually get there because you have to get through this best of five. Now, Mr. Trombone, I'm going to ask you, based on the compositions that we see right in front of us here, who do you actually favor?
Well, with how important a lot of these early game matchups end up going, I'm going to have to go with the University of Utah here. The early game just really sets the tempo and the progress of how the mid game into late game is. And if you can't get that gold or that XP, more importantly, there's no shutdown benefits for XP. It makes your composition a lot harder to set up.
Well, I have to say, this game is gearing up. I mean, I
Yeah.
really do like the draft from Utah State. I mean, it definitely reflects the regular season, the ability to pick individual carries right across the board. By the way, it's enhanced by that karma as well. The pick potential is going to be there. The amount of peel is going to be there as well, and the harass that Aphelios and Karma can put down on the Zaya Seraphine, even though they don't want to necessarily win that lane. So we could be looking at weak side bot for Team
Hmm.
Lobster option. But then again, if you want to try and get through this game, where do you go? Where's that focus for that jungler? Where do you want to see Lilia influence the most in this game?
Yeah, it is a little bit of a tricky option with how that wants to go. With Casante in the mid lane, I'm not sure if they're going to have the necessary setup to try and peel off this Silas. Her level 6 is going to be kind of important as well. Camille's going to be able to like push them away as well with their dual setup with their ultimate. So they might just have to be pressuring for a lot of bot, just trying to get some of those summoners potentially and set up for some objectives there. Dragons are fairly strong as they're going to be coming up as nerfed, I believe, in an upcoming patch. So still strong right now, though.
Well, I gotta say, I favor Utah in this one, but my boy Bedard is on Team Lobster option, and this man is phenomenal AD carry status. Both of the AD carries in this game completely stacked, both rosters stacked. This is a
Yeah.
goddamn quarterfinals, best of five. We're gonna hit a small break, but when we come back, we'll be getting ready for game one. Don't go anywhere. Sunday afternoon. Utah State eSports taking on the Lobster option of this first best of five quarterfinal in the dominant Risen League. Welcome back, everybody. It's Lamb, it's Trombone. We're bringing you all the heat action. I mean, we've seen this sneaky envy before. A lot of teams opt to try and get this one off, but you have to be a certain someone to actually walk into that brush, and it doesn't look like they're going to get anything here. Pretty good from the Lobster option, but they're going to return. And more interestingly enough, Utah show the respect and they don't even go for a deep ward tier, Abba.
Yeah, no deep ward here. Both junglers are going to be in the darkness there, so they're going to be able to get some pressure out because they don't necessarily know where they're going to be starting. They could go for a top side or a bot side. They might be going for a split map, but it looks like Maga Warrior is going for a top side as well as a fifth business here. So that means they're going to be on the same side with how this is going. Oh, looks like they're changing their mind, going for a nice red buff start, getting that extra juicy 80 carry lane here. Of course, Aphelios is going to be a little bit shorter on ammo, so they will notice the ammo reduction on his side as his bar is going to be a little bit thinner if he doesn't hide it well.
So interestingly enough, Wukong does switch up there. And that means he's going to be trying to get involved in that Camille, which we confirm as well. That's going to be Ornn up there. K'Sante is actually going to be in the mid lane. So very volatile matchup in that mid lane between the Sylas and K'Sante. I feel like there's more kill threat on the side of the Sylas in that one. But of course, once he gets to that level 6, you get additional stats coming through for K'Sante. And there's a switch up as well in the roster. So Bedard, who was that AD carry, I mean, everything's going to hell now. Anything I said to build up this doesn't even matter. We're seeing a bit of a team ambition angle for the side of the Lobster option. Madolce is going to be the AD carry. And Bedard, formerly known Uzi upset table, is going to be on the mid lane with that K'Sante. So a bit of switch of the roles here. Maybe playing with the mental a little bit here, Abba. And how's that going to fare out? That's the biggest question I've got on my mind.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this is going here. Bot lane taking a lot of pressure. Some nice damage there coming out of Kayama and Valentine. Just hitting people on repeat using that range advantage that they have early on with the green gun. And then, of course, you get an extra power spike with Karma as well as you have your ultimate there already unlocked, able to get some extra value.
Oh, these are really good trades in that mid lane by
Yeah.
Uzi. Upset table against AZen. AZen, pretty traditional in that mid lane. Can play a variety of picks. Champion Ocean is going to go for the
This is the
1v1
first
right now.
blood?
Will it matter? Oh, and Tofu strikes.
Oh.
Okay. K'Sante still walking around there, low health. Going to be pretty enticing, but he's in, of course, if he's got that Kingslayer, be able to heal it up if he wants to go for it.
Yeah,
Like
Dorian
this is on
shield.
nice edge. Yeah, they're going to go for it here. Oh, good dive away with the
Oh,
path
the
maker.
tower
Tanks
shot!
the turret shot. Oh, first blood in the mid lane to the Lobster options mid laner.
Yeah, just getting some nice trade setups here and going a little too deep there, as in taking a tower shot, making the difference there, and the wave is being shoved up, which means you have to respect that and force out a teleport there as well, which means Uzi upset is going to be able to get a nice back here and spend that gold that they got, that 400 here. But it looks like Azen thinks they can do this again. They got a Dark Seal already here.
Confidence excels through this Utah State esports squad. And I'm sure they won't be phased by giving over that 400 gold this early on in the game. That 400 gold only cut to about 200 in the total gold for this game. Only 4 minutes in. Wukong trying to get something up there in the top side. I believe Lilia is going to discover that Wukong has been doing something a little bit naughty, taking away the camps. And we'll find the Lilia. So job done from fifth business.
Yeah, very well done here as well. It looks like they're taking a nice reset after punishing Maga Warrior here. It looks like because we saw Lol, the man, shoving up just a little too much, they're not going to be able to punish Blaziken here, who's super low in mana. It needs to be looking for a back here. Otherwise, it's going to be quite dangerous for them and a lot harder to get the CS as they can just get harassed a little bit here.
Blaziken, this wave is going to crash, so at the very least, the Ornn will be able to get the experience, which is what he wants to do. Looks like called for attention from Lilia. K'Sante is going to be pinged back there. They will discover the mid laner was on their own, but Lilia still going for low the man. Actually gets out with the Q. Okay, Swirlsy going to land as well. Combination is good. He shot off the wall, tanks another turret shot. The ignite is dropped on the Maga Warrior, tanks the
Oh!
minions too. Oh, outplay from Low the man, kills the jungler.
Yeah, that Ignite there, just doing just enough damage there. A very exciting match. I know you hyped this up beforehand, but it's been 5 minutes already. Both teams are on the scoreboard, dead even gold-wise here, and some very volatile matchups here, so this could change at any time.
Oh, good flash from Choppy to get away with that one. Fifth business, making it look like his business to try and drop the bot lane. Gets the flash out with the Seraphine, so that's going to be enticing. Still level 4 on the support, same as fifth business in this one. Both of the junglers farming up at a steady rate. The pace of this game starting to pick up a little bit though here, Abba. And where's the
Yeah.
action going to happen next? Because we see a specific Ocean Dragon sitting all alone in that Southside River.
Yeah, Rift Tower isn't going to be quite up quite yet, and it looks like a lot of people are fighting for mid and bot side pressure here as top side is a little bit weak right now. So this Ocean Soul, or Ocean Drake, I should say, is coming up, and that's just going to get some people a little bit of extra trading here, some extra value out here, make sure people are staying nice and healthy and keeping their mana up to either harass their opponents or just be able to get a little bit nicer of a trade with that extra HP regen.
And the first game in this series is so important to lay down
Hmm.
foundations for
It's a tone setter.
success. Absolutely is. And if you can keep this going, I mean, this would be an upset. It's no surprise that the Lobster option are the underdogs in this game. Utah, phenomenal in the regular season, 7-0. Seeing fifth business, trying to get something a little bit more. They have the opportunity to freeze that wave. It doesn't look like they will. They're looking to just push this back. Kamiya going to interrupt the back from Madolchi as well. So it looks like
Yep.
that next wave will reach a neutral standpoint. We'll see where it goes, but it looks like they're roaming up here. So we'll
Yeah,
see
Maga
Utah.
Warrior stole
Oh,
some.
they might be looking for a pick on the Kisanti. Maga, oh, he's been turned around. Hijack going to go into the Lilia. He's going to have the sleep available. That's going to be big for this dragon fight, but it looks like they'll just disengage. No, Azen says no. Going to try again. Still got that. Can put on me sleep at any time. Forward goes Kisanti again. He's going to get the chains back in the middle of the lane. Sends him to sleep. Kamiya's here as well with the focus resolve. Going to root him up back. Maga Warrior and Choppy says no, thank you. This one, they turn it back around. Bambi going to secure that one. Kamiya needs to tail it between the legs. One more
This
should
is so
do it.
close.
Choppy gets that one.
A very successful dive here. Very exciting. Getting those rotations in there. The sleep as well. And of course, Maga was kind of sitting there in the enemy jungle, trying to get some vision, some setup, some farm as well. And the execution there, super important here. Getting them a nice 600 gold advantage here. And that mid wave shoved as well. It looks like Uzi Unsettable might be a potential win condition for them if they're able to set up some of these team fights as well for the early and mid game.
Yeah, this off meta Kisanti made is doing things. Let me tell you, he's
Yeah,
off to a great start.
The roams alone, right? Like he's been pushing around, he's been caught out, getting the pressure into the mid lane, being able to get all of these waves shoved out. Super well done here.
We'll see if he can keep up that pace. Like I said, we're starting to pick it up a little bit. We'll see who is more enticing. That dragon's going to be started up here, though. No question about it. Utah says a little bit behind in the kills, but that first objective, that's going to go to us.
Yeah, that'll help get them with the extra global gold there as well. And some pressure with the jungle here. Just being able to set up for a potential soul win con. Super nice. Not necessarily needed by either team here, but we might see some more pressure transition to the top side as Rift Herald is now on the map.
Oh, Blazikiss, no flash, and he just used his charge. So Low the man is going to accept that invitation. Call it a Forge going to go out if he times it correctly, which he does, into the Colosseum. And the pain gain. Low the man secures the solo bolo in the top lane.
Yeah, excellently played there using the Ignite, getting all of those abilities to land, and just winning the duel there. They're 2-0 right now. I know we talked about Divine Sunder being important on Wukong, but it's also really important on Lull the Man here.
Oh my god, hits the sleeve. Sanamously Kayamya combination nation. Encore lands from Choppy. Sets it up, and that's going to be the second kill of the game for Kisanti.
Yeah, Super well done. The combinations coming out there. The Wombo combo trying to set up for this
Fifth
Rift Herald.
business.
The transition. Are they getting caught out? It looks like that's the case here as well. As we're seeing 7 Dark Seal stacks on Mega Warrior here. Getting a lot of value out of that gold. Some more AP. And they're going to be able to snowball just a little bit more on the Lobster option sitting at 1,000. Oh,
Oh, we've seen a 1v1 now. Okay, my Dolce doesn't want to take that fight. The guns are
yeah.
correct. A little bit more
Yeah.
firepower in the Felios. That time, Valentine goes close. Madolce still running him down, though. I believe
Oh.
activated the Ghost. That's going to be the solo kill. You never see that. The confidence in Lobster option. They're taking the game to Utah.
Yeah, they're taking the game here as well. They're even in objectives here, getting a lot of these rotations to pressure. Some solo bolos on the bot side as well.
Oh, the man wants to run it back again. Blazikus. Brazilian protocol, such a devastating thing if you get the timing correct, of course. If you're like Lamb, you mess that up 10 times out of 10. Below the man, he doesn't make those mistakes here, Abba. He makes it look good on this Camille. Very comfortable.
Yeah, super comfortable here, and he ended up going with the Bombies sooner. This is going to help him get some nice wave pressure, being able to push it, something tanks aren't necessarily the best at here. So some tanks have been opting to go for a Sunfire Aegis early, just get the wave a little bit more under control versus some of these bruisers who have a little bit easier time pushing and just pushing out that damage onto the waves and onto them.
Oh, even though the plays have come through Azen, looks really good on the Silas. 0 and 3 doesn't really reflect the skill ceiling on this champion. He knows it very well, but he always wants to take the fight to Uzi every time that he potentially can. Wukong actually hightailing it towards that mid lane. Looks like he's going to back off for now. And the story of the jungle, the Wukong, the early game champion, his power spike is ultimately delayed here. It's going to be a while before he gets to that Divine Sunderer. I believe at least another 2.5, 3 minutes here.
Yeah, he's at 3,500 gold right now. 3,600, sorry, but it's all spent right now. So not being able to get all these components into one nice mythic here. So that's going to be delaying things just a little bit. I know you talked about Azen here as well. Uzi has been having some nice teammates here to help him out. There hasn't been a lot of solo bows here, so that has not reflected the score in those fights.
Although the man already got an advantageous position in the top lane. 2v1 going to be activated. Going to drop the top laner before it goes to sleep. Maga Warrior in trouble here. This could be another shutdown. Oh, he doesn't take it. Though, still walking up. Kisante going to walk up here as well with the Ghost. Going to go back on the low. The man gets the shield from the passive right now. Goes under the turret with it all out. But Kisante tanks too many. Low the man. We got front row tickets, baby. And it looks so damn good up there.
It looked so good, and they were just so able to get things out comfortably. The Divine Sunderer, folks, it does so much. It heals, it peels, and it does the damage to secure these kills here. Of course, the turret helped, but it looks like we're getting a fight in the bot lane here.
Oh, right back up to the top lane. The action is everywhere. You heard the phrase, action is coming. It's all over Summoner's Rift. Can you not be more entertained than this? This is beautiful. Lobster option holding on to that small lead, but they're behind in the gold department for now because Utah suddenly woken up.
Yeah, walking up here, and it doesn't look like it when you first look at the scoreboard as they're down 3 kills, but just getting the farm lead. 30 in the top lane here because of those solo bolo kills for sure, and some of these shutdowns on some of these characters as well has reflected this. Azen's getting caught out here as well. It looks like they're getting blocked by the minion wave.
He's attacking that turret forever. Oh
yeah!
God.
He's not Cassante. He can't take 20 turret shots and walk away.
Oh. My goodness. I mean, the footwork was with Cassante. It certainly wasn't with Azen in that one, but he goes down for the 4th time in this game.
Yeah.
Picks up that Rod Aegis, so now it's going to get even longer in this game for the Silas to be a factor. But because of the 4 deaths, it means Camille needs to step up the game plan. 4 kills to the good, and it looks like we're going to get evened out with the Dragons here.
Yeah, even out with the Dragons here. And Hextech Dragon, pretty potent. It does mean that no Hextech Soul is going to be happening. It looks like we're getting a Windrake here as well. Some of these skirmishes in the jungle are going to be a little bit more volatile with that movement speed. People are going to be able to get into lanes earlier once they get some of these dragons secured as well. And just being able to rush down some of these champions as well.
Another fight. Who'd have known it? Another fight in that mid lane, especially. Blaziken used the flash. You know what that means, Lo. The man, again, he's going to put the GOAT God in the trash can. He falls for the third time in this game. Another one.
Another one bites the dust. And this is a top lane, getting a lot of those solo bills kills here. 5 kills. All of the kills here on Utah are on low demand. So a lot of pressure to perform here to make sure that their team gets the gold that they need. Holding a majority of the team's gold here, who's crossed the 6,000 gold thresh mark versus everyone else is already in the 4 to 5,000 range here. So if they end up going down, that's going to change a lot of these team fights into the mid and late game.
Maga Warrior trying to fend off Low the man in fifth business. Sends him at sleep. Kisante's going to walk up here as well. Rome going to be accepted by AZN. He will be here very shortly as well. Still going ahead is Kisante. That's going to be the Cyclone activated from the Wukong. Still no Divine Thunderer. Means his damage is definitely not going to be there. Lilton Lullaby only going to go into Kisante for now. Sends it all out through AZN. In trouble. The Goat God manages to get the knock up on Low the man, but doesn't stop the Silas from falling for the fifth time in the game. The Lobster option. Bounce back. That pendulum keeps on swinging.
Yeah, it keeps on swinging here. Super exciting. It looked so good here for Utah, just being able to quite get stuff. But that first kill coming here, and Uzi upset. City Carrot 5 kills at well, getting their mythic here as well. Jack Show, very strong mythic here, and just getting a nice breath of fresh air for Blaziken is super important, as they really need that XP and gold on that character.
Oh my god, we need to see a Magi's. That's a 10 stack. Dark
At
Seal.
16.
I need to see it. We need a Magi's in game one. That is very spicy. But Abba, look across the board now. Finally, Wukong has that Divine Thunderer. It was actually longer than I thought it would be. Probably because of that skirmish up there in the top side. But it looks like they just don't want to take a breather. Either of these teams. They just want to keep on going for it. But the Lobster option have extended that gold lead now. Looking about 2,000 in favor of the underdogs.
Yeah, everyone likes a good underdog story here. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to maintain this gold lead, as we've seen it switched every once in a while amongst these big fights, changing the gold between teams. So if they're going to be able to keep this 2,000 gold lead, it could extend upwards, and that's going to make things more difficult for Utah to take this first game.
Oh, Utah have rotated the ball lane to try and deal with Kisante. He's going to go forward with the Pathmaker again. Those Untovo strikes. Goes back again, knocks back the Karma. The all-out comes in. That's going to be the damage he needs to require to drop that one. And then the bot lane, we're going to see Azen again. Speedrunning it to that 10 deaths power spike. Power spike! That's right, power spike. I got it in one. That's no problem. We're going to see Florentine under threat in the mid lane again. Kisante relentless. He's already propped that all out. He's going to survive that time. Not tying the turret shot. And out comes the emojis. I don't know how I feel about that one. Low the man taking the fight at Blaziken. Going to force him underneath that turret. Back to action in the mid lane again. Madolchi under threat. That's going to be the crushing blow. Won't actually drop the Zaya there. We'll be able to get out with both summoners.
Yeah, with both summoners there. Although
goodbye,
it did...
Blaziken.
Oh, yeah. Blaziken. At this point, like, your tower can't really protect you here. It's a big Camille who's going to get close to, what, a Ravenous Hydra here? They're just going to be so unstoppable, as that's going to be such a strong power spike for them as well. And going back into the mid lane, yeah, they're just rushing the Yasuo power spike, 0-10, but, you know, it's a power spike for a reason, super infamous, and no matter what, you're going to be able to steal these big name ultimates, so there's still going to be some utility coming out of Azen here as well, and it looks like the second Rift Herald here should be coming down on the side of Utah. They're going to be able to crack open some of these more important towers. Mid tower is not going to be safe for the Lobster option here, and that's going to mean they're going to be a lot closer towards their Nexus, which means they're going to have a harder time getting some pryos for some of these later Dragons or Barons or any other objective that's going to be on the table.
Well, 20 seconds on that next Dragon. It's going to be favorable for whoever gets there first. But ultimately, this game is a lot closer than it actually looks on the kill feed right now. They are behind in kills, but look across the board. The CS numbers are pretty dang good from Utah. Falling behind in the game, if you can't farm the champions, farm the minions. And that's how you stay in it. Florentine, very close to actually getting level 11 as well. Going to be important for the Aphelios to get to that, but they're gearing up for this Dragon. I feel that all it takes is one pick and they will take full priority and control of this river right now. Looks like Azen gets away from the Swirl Seed, still being enticed by Kisante. He'll go back on him. Colin Forge going to come out as well. They get the mid laner. But on the other side, Utah crack open that objective they were looking for in that mid lane, and they still got Shelly.
Yeah, they still got Shelly here to open this up. There's a lot of damage out of there with Valentine and Lothman. So getting that extra tower here as well. And they still have the Rift Herald as an option here. They might be able to crack open a top side here as well, just set up a potential Baron play if they want to go for that. And it looks like the Lobster option is choosing the option that is the Dragon here, as Mega Warrior is solo boloing it here. We'll have to see if Kayama is going to be able to steal this. And it looks like that's going to be a no.
Oh, good attempt. Good
It was a good
attempt from the
attempt. Good
Karma.
attempt.
But again, let's have a look at the KDAs in this game. You could say that all rests on Low the man to pull his team out from the trenches right now. It's only less than 1,000 gold lead actually. It's probably about 950 in favor of the Lobster option. Again, they're keeping up with the CS numbers. That's huge. They need to make sure that Camille can be that split pushing threat. And the fact they trade over that Dragon for 2 mid lane turrets, that's a great play from Utah.
That is a great play from Utah, as you can get a lot of value out of the mid lane tower. Although there's a fight here in the jungle here.
They are taking the fight to the man who's carrying this game. Hextech Ultimatum goes on to Maga. Can he actually get the kill before he's dropped here? Doesn't look like it. They get the kill onto Low the man. They take the carry off the table here. ASN picking a fight in the top lane. Valentine, 80 carry. Valentine Day Massacre. He gets him. A Dolce falls in the 1v1, and the Ophelio steps up to the plate.
Yeah, getting that extra kill there, super important. They didn't end up having to use their cleanse. The Feather Recall not quite happening to get that burst of damage as well. So that's going to be very important. They're going to be able to farm this mid wave as well, getting a larger CS gap than they already have here.
Oh, Kiamya, I don't think that's who you wanted to target there. Might be run down by Kasani. Going to drop the Ignite. Fifth Bidden is going to activate the Cyclone and drop Choppy. Support, baiting the other support. Now Kasante has to get out of there. Nobody in the vicinity to back him up here. That's going to be the reactivation. All out takes him across the wall, and he gets out of there. Swirl Seed drops on the fifth business. Maga does not have the ultimate, so we'll back off and let them walk away.
Yeah, letting them walk away here as well. Getting some
a
big
Baron angle. Abba.
Yeah, it's a Baron angle here. They got some important summoners here, some important ultimates, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to do that. And with the way the midwave shoved up, they have to respond to this. They're bleeding gold with this CS lead here, and they're bleeding XP as well, as they're behind in some of these lanes as well. They do have some nice XP advantages with their support, but that's not as important as your top lane.
Oh, I mean, Azen took one for the team there. Made sure the jungler couldn't get in the pit. He's going to lock up in that Colosseum. Camille's there, going to get put to sleep. Maga walks that one out. Bambi just dashing through the snow. There's no snow on Summoner's Rift right now, but it might be some tears. If Kisati goes down, that's going to be a shutdown onto the AD carry, Valentine.
Yeah, and there was a big amount of gold there, right? That was 500 gold for the shutdown, 300 for the kill there as well. And that's just a lot more there, as they've hit a major power spike with the second item, Infinity Edge. You only need 40 now, folks. So extra damage, extra crit, and he's a very volatile AD carry, especially the more money you put on him.
And just like that, this game is in the balance. I mean, it's been close all the way through, and I very much doubt it'll be any further away as this game transcends. But big play from Utah. They collect that big purple worm, and now that Baron power play is going to be online for them. Where do they go? It looks like the pings are going on to that top lane. They got the Camille so accelerated in this game, they need to send multiple people to deal with her. So with this Baron, they're guaranteed to get paid even more.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice split push here as well with Loloman, and they're going to be able to push people into the bot lane here, just probably going for a 1-3-1, trying to rotate for some of these fights. We know they love those fights.
Well, two people who love the fights. That's 2-level difference actually up there in the top lane between the mid laner of the Lobster option, Uzi, upset table, and Low the man. You'll be able to fend the Camille off for now, but for how long? Because it's definitely going to be enticing for Low the man to actually take this, missing the hook shot off the wall. All out comes out from Uzi. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Being returned by Low the man. Second activation, precision protocol drops the mid lane. Dolce under threat in that mid lane. Utah State grab the hell out of this game, and they're trying to break open that base.
Yeah, they're trying to break open the base, getting a lot of these solo bowl kills. More importantly, here, they ended up catching out Lobster options, AD carry, and that's not someone you want to see go down, just like Low the Man, should they lose this 1v1 in the top side. Oh
Oh, wow.
no!
Disrespect with a smite too. Oh, Lo the man's coming for you. I wouldn't want to smite that man. I'd be running the other way. But gets the kill. Either way, Maga Warrior manages to stop that. Getting the Baron off even one of these champions, and the only one you want to take it off is that Camille. So that split pushing threat is going to be nulled for now. We get up for that next dragon 10 seconds away, and it looks like Utah looking to even up the score again in the dragon department.
Yeah, Soul is not going to be coming anytime soon here. The fourth dragon coming down at the 25-minute mark. There's been a lot of action here with all of these objectives and all these fights here. Basically a kill a minute with 28 kills at 25 minutes. Very volatile game.
Absolutely love this as well. Lo, the man isn't so great. Are you kidding me? When was the last time you saw a player with such an ability and movement with Kisante? It's a Camille. Maybe we'll see Lo, the man. Maybe this was a takeaway here, Abba. The fact that Kisante went over to the Lobster option, maybe Lo, the man is upset about that one. Maybe
Yeah.
he's trying to prove the point that that champion belongs to him and only him. But you can safely say that Uzi Upset Table been piloting this champion very well.
Yeah, been piloting it very well. Everyone's been able to get a lot of value out of their champions, of course, with some of the combinations that we've been seeing in the mid lane with all those fights, and some of just the value we're getting out of all of these ultimates here. Oh, Call the
Oh.
Forge God just missing there, not quite setting stuff up for the Lobster option here. Uzi can only take so much here, and we don't necessarily know where the Camille is until they show up on that wave. It's a lot of pressure they're going to have to answer here with the mid lane pressure because the inhib's down, which means you can rotate into the top side. You don't have to fight. You can just keep getting these objectives and make sure that the Lobster option cannot breathe.
Well, this macro right now is fantastic. Asen stole the Seraphine ultimate. The 1 in 7 Silas might have just secured the bag for the squad. Hextech Momentum actually gets interrupted. How the hell? That didn't even go off there. Maga Warrior gets run down. Blazekits. Asen running the show. How is this possible? Back from the dead. By God, it's Kane JR. He picks up Blazekits. They're pushing in the top side. And Utah looking to bring this game back from the dead.
Yeah, very well played there. As I said, you just need one good ultimate to steal with Silas and the Encore there, really setting stuff off, and they're making sure that these towers are not going to be defended here. The Encore trying to get some picks here, but I don't think it's going to be enough here as Uzi is going to be down here. Choppy's not going to be able to defend this last tower here and the Nexus with everyone being dead for so long here. This is game one. They've certainly earned their title here for Utah, but the game is not over, or the set is not over yet.
That is going to be very debilitating for the Lobster option in control for most of that game. But look at the surprise in the damage charts. Almost 30,000 damage on Low the Man's Camille. And that has earned the respect and potentially a definitive ban in the game.
Yeah, when you do
Wow.
over 1,000 damage a minute, yeah, that tends to draw some bans there as well. But the other thing is maybe they'll just plan for it and make sure they'll pick a potential counter pick onto the red side here as well. But it certainly makes sense if Low the Man is going to get some nice bans here, well deserved.
Wow, what a game. To and fro. For the Lobster option, they didn't look like a 4-3 team in that one, let me tell you. They looked a bit better than that, but Utah undefeated whole season long. Looking to make sure that that doesn't drop here, that Utah State, their train is left the station and they're on their way thus far in the playoffs. But this is the best of 5 quarterfinal in the Lobster option. They got to be feeling good about that here, Abba, right? That was a great performance and you're the underdogs, dude, right? You're the underdogs and you pull off a performance like that. But the ability to close out the game as soon as they got that Baron, Utah basically says this game is over now. There's no way that you guys win this. What a way to
Yeah.
close out. The macro, spectacular.
They just had some very smart macro options there, getting that bear in there, of course. And don't forget about the two towers in the mid lane. Well, that Windrake was coming down. No one was close to the soul there. There was no soul point pressure coming up there. They were just picking up a second dragon. Well, they got two towers in the mid lane, which transitioned into so many fights that favored Utah. And they were able to get some objectives there, notably that Baron you mentioned as well.
Well, while we collect our thoughts, hope you guys enjoyed that game one. Hopefully, maybe we got another 4 games of that kind of stuff. It would be beautiful to see. But we're going to cut to a small break, gather ourselves for game two in this fantastic series. And when we come back, we'll be in draft for the Lobster option against Utah. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Very short turnaround. You know how we do on Dominate. That's right. We're quick, baby. We don't want you going anywhere else. The action is here. The action is coming. The action is to be had, Abba. We had so much action in that first game that I'm looking to see that transcendent in the next few games here in this series.
Yeah, hopefully the underdogs here, the Lobster option, is going to be able to take this next game here. They had a very good performance against the top seeded team here for the Utah. And boy, howdy, we're going to see a Camille ban is going to be my guess, right? As we talked about into that game. But we'll have to see what other adjustments they're going to be going with. Are they going to keep Casante mid lane? They got a lot of value and a lot of success out of that as well, out of the Lobster option.
100%. I mean, that Camille was just phenomenal to watch. The outplays from the 2v1, 3v1. The fact that, Low the man just said, just keep bringing them. I'll keep knocking them down, baby. You line them up, I'll knock them down. And that's exactly what happened. Now, I believe we're going to see a little bit of a switch up in this one. The lobster option are going to take, no, it's going to be the
They're
same.
still the red side. They're still the
They're,
red side,
yeah.
probably going
There's,
for a counter matchup, right? As they picked into
oh.
R2, the fourth pick, they ended up picking the top side. So maybe they'll try and save it for their top laner, Blaziken, as top lane's pretty volatile with its matchups.
Absolutely, and we'll see what they actually ban away here and now. The bans were heavily focused on the second phase, I believe. It was some of the supports were actually taken away, but the Zaya was locked in first round from the Lobster option,
Oh.
which actually looked pretty good. Lily are going to be taken away. Utah obviously identifying that that was a problem in that
Mm-hmm.
last game. And I mean, you could see it, right? That Lilton lullaby is so.
Oh, it's mwah.
Oh, yeah. There we're going to see the Gragas in game two. Oh, wow. This is going to be a spectacle and fifth business on this champion. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, pretty good. Faker's gotten some good value out of it into the mid lane too, so maybe we'll see it on Asin as well. But certainly the fifth business could be playing it here as well. Just setting up their team, getting a lot of value out of the Gragas pick does a lot for their team. The peels or just some burst onto some of these key notes as well. The lobster option, picking
Oh,
up
yeah.
Zeri Lulu. Oh, that's a juicy lane.
It's devastating, absolutely devastating. Gragas can't do a damn thing against both of these champions, especially Lulu. Now, Lulu's only job in this game is to keep Gragas from actually interrupting the Zeri, and you just
Hmm.
babysit that Zeri the whole game. That's usually how the synergy goes. But what will Utah respond with? Varus, Jin still on the table, Heimerdinger is still a thing, Nami, Lucian is still a thing if you want to run that one. Normally it is the Lucian, but we've seen Nami paired up with a few other AD carries here, Abba.
Yeah, just being able to get some extra value onto Zeri, getting her shut down earlier is pretty important here. Although it might be a handshake into the bot lane here with Zaya not being necessarily the strongest. Both of these comps are going to be able to trade fairly well. The trading should be favored over on the lobster option to the bot side, as shield numbers tend to be a little bit bigger than heals, but you can always heal afterwards, which is an important aspect into that matchup as well.
Karthus, interestingly enough, locked in for the lobster option here. So Lilia taken off the table. Now, of course, Karthus can still be flexed. Be very interesting to see if it is flexed. It's just free low in a solo lane, unless it is to the AP carry department in that bot side. But Zeri Lulu going to be locked in. Lobster option, shoulder hand to the bot lane once again. No hesitation about that. Picking up their support is a priority pick in this, especially Lulu. Lulu is probably the most broken support in the game. Honestly, I mean, that polymorph is so strong, and plus that wild growth and everything else that she can offer with the glitter lance is just such a great utility for your
Mhm.
team. Now, so far, Gragas is that only option. You can see they actually banned away the Camille and the Fiora, so already identifying that low the man is a problem.
Yeah.
And oh baby, Zion's gonna be locked in here. Come on. All right.
Yeah.
I
We'll
want to
have to
see it. Yeah, it's
yeah,
gonna be
yeah,
locked
yeah,
in.
yeah, I wanna see it there as well. We'll have to see if they go with some sort of a Laboust strategy there. Just, maybe I'll die a couple times, but the wave is always gonna be
Eason did
shoved,
it.
and I'm gonna get it in.
Eason did it on the Silas Abba, and it worked.
It's true, it's true. It's just getting any sort of pressure here. It doesn't matter if you die a lot in lane. What matters is, do you take this game? That is the key factor here. It's the only stat that ends up mattering in the end. Of course, there's other things that bleed in to how that stat comes into these games, but nonetheless, How are they going to be able to utilize this here as well? Sean, going to be able to change some of these team fights with the revives. Should they be able to get it off?
Akshan is an interesting pick here. I mean, it
Well,
might be Akshan to the mid, but I
well,
mean, it's actually a really good pickup. Like you said, that passive that brings everybody back is insane. Not being locked in, no. Okay, it might be Riven, low the man. Oh, give us the Riven. Oh, okay, it's gonna be the Gnar. That's okay. We'll settle for the Gnar. Gnar into Sion is pretty comfortable until Sion gets to a
mhm.
certain point where that kill threat just doesn't exist, right? And all it depends as well is how good is the micro going to be on this champion. If the Yone is locked in here, we got infinite scaling on the side of the Team Lobster option. The longer this game goes, the harder it is for Utah to actually win this game. So they got huge DPS in the Karthus. The Yoni locked in here, if it is locked in here, is completely fine. Okay, it's going to be taken away. That's going to be a J4 locked in. So Karthus to mid, or J4 to top. I don't know what's going on. It might be J4 mid, for God's sake. I don't know. Tell me what's happening here, Abba.
Well, I'm also a little bit lost in the sauce here. I think we can nail down that Lulu and Zeri are going to be in the bot lane. Just such a good synergy here. So you can pick probably Scion into the top side would be my guess here. We're just going to be able to do stuff here. And then Karthus does work in the mid lane, just able to get some extra pressure here. You can put Jarvan there as well. It's all going to be which of these matchups do a little bit better in the jungle here for Mega Warrior and Fifth Business. So that would lead me to believe that J4 or Jarvan is going to be in the jungle, would be my guess.
Well, you would think that it would. Jarvan across solo queue right now, 55% win rate. This champion is fantastic. It offers so much utility and lockdown potential. I mean, Zaya can get the feathers out, but I don't
Hmm.
believe it actually breaks the cataclysm.
No, you
That's
can't get outside of terrain as Zaya with your Featherstorm. You're locked in.
they
That's
got an
forcing
answer.
out stuff.
They got
Hmm.
an answer in the J4 for that one. So Action as well, he can swing away. But how long? And the question becomes like, where's the DPS going to come from? You got a displacement with the Gragas. Okay, you could throw that into the Cataclysm as well, but I believe it's stopped by terrain. So
You think you can go through? I think you
you
can
can go
actually
through.
go through. I think you can go through terrain with that. But you know, Jarvan is a catalyst for a cataclysm, and if you get stuck in there, Sion can charge up his Q. He can just knock you up.
And
You
it's
can't
gonna
move.
be wow. It's got this. This basically looks like to me for Utah.
But
If you
oh,
don't stop this game very early on, this can get out of hand really
but
fast here, Abba.
but it's also terrain, right? There's a Gnar on this game as well, who's going to be able to utilize that as well.
Oh yeah, he can jump into that cataclysm. He
Jump in.
can knock you against it.
Yeah, he can knock you against it, which is even more important here as a setup. So, very important how Cataclysm is going to be utilized here. If they're going to be able to isolate some people off, or if they're going to be shot out here potentially, or just kind of gnarled into this terrain.
Well, the terrain is a game, and we'll see. Again, the path in the jungler is going to be also important here. Now, let me take a quick look. I'm going to cheat here. Oh my god, you're not going to believe it. We won't reveal.
Okay.
We're not revealing nothing right now. You guys are going to have to stay tuned. We're not going to a break just yet. We got so much to talk about thus
Oh, yeah.
far in this draft. So we've already mentioned that the J4 is such a really good pick into pretty much all of this composition. Actually, J4 can be the villain or it can be the hero in this one, Abba. And for the Lobster option here, they've drafted accordingly. I really like the fact that they got the Scion up there. You can absorb all that pressure and you don't even need to go into the 1v1 against the Gnar, right? Lothman is going to have priority over that wave. Lobster option have identified that if they don't give any solo kills over to this carry, then they're going to be fine. But look across the map now. Azen got an Akshan. He didn't really fare well on the Silas until late in the game. And Utah have that consistency that they just farm regardless. They might be on a gray screen simulator for 15 minutes in the game, but they still keep up the numbers right across the board. And
Hmm.
that's how the gold lead stayed so close. So do you see this going again? Like, how do we see this panning out? Because these compositions, I'm kind of blown away.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exciting game here. I think with how some of these lineups are going to be here, Nar obviously has the range advantage, is going to be able to get some of that gold in the earlier game and get that power spike just a little bit sooner than we're going to be seeing here as well. And with how the jungle matchup here, the clear speed, super important to see how that's going to be lined up here. We saw some invades, so it's going to be harder to predict necessarily how that's going to be going through with a gold lead there. But with the bot lane, like I said, it might just be a little bit of a handshake until you get to 6. Because once you hit 6, big power spikes coming out of both AD carries here and with their supports as well, just enabling both of their carries as well. And I believe Zeri's going to be able to farm up just a little bit better than Zaya here. So they might be able to get a little bit sooner to that power spike and that gold as well. But we saw all these rotations come into play of how the lobster option was able to get all of these leads. And I think that's going to be their key to success here, not necessarily just the farming lead.
Yeah, we'll see if Kiamya can get that wave so everybody can ride along and go into a 2-0,
Hmm.
or is that wave going to be conquered by the surfing squad in the lobster option? They got seafood in their name. They're well equipped to deal with water warfare in this one. Guys, we're going to cut to a small break. When we come back, game two, Utah and the lobster option. Game two. Brits and eSports make some noise in the dominant league. Quarterfinals, man, it's exciting. Utah lead the series 1-0. Convincing fight back in game one, but the lobster option, they put up a fight. They didn't want to go into that pot freely, and they're still sitting on the table right now. The chef is still wondering whether or not it's worth cooking them up or severing them aside or releasing them into the wild. We'll see how that goes. I don't know where that metaphorical stance is happening, Abba. I'm just going along with it. But
Yeah.
they showed glimpses in that first game. They were in control for the most part of that game. They just forgot to close it out.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that's going to be going here. We're seeing a counter invade or invade in game two coming out of Utah here. They just did a standard 5 point last time, and we saw some potential cheese coming out of the lobster option here. And it's the reverse here, and it looks like they're going to know exactly where MAGA Warrior is going to be standing here on the Karthus jungle, and Uzi is going to be on the Jarvan into the mid lane here, who's also warding the Raptors here so that they can try and find out when these ganks are going to be happening so that this first blood isn't dropped on the Lobster option.
Information is key. First strike is going to be the rune choice of Uzi upset table. Looks so good in that 1v1 A's in. Got to be thinking about that one for a little while. The Akshan can force him off of the wave a little bit until that flag is available. We're going to see this constant trade once again. These two notorious mid laners who can come out on top on this one. Fit business. Going to make it his business to get involved again very early on. Remember that Wukong wasn't so great, but it started to come up pretty quick in the game. As soon as he got that Divine Sunderer, desperation attempts, they stopped and he started being more consistent.
Yep, consistency is king in these matchups, and if you're able to just get enough value out of your champions and perform well on a consistent basis, you're going to be picking up these games. And if anyone's been consistent, it's been Utah here as well.
Yeah, Utah right now sitting on 8-0 for the season. They could solidify that. Of course, this is a series. Best of five. Always exciting to cast the best of five. And
Hmm.
MAGA Warrior looks like AZN doesn't want to make sure that the Karthus can farm freely. Flashes away, probably in the right direction there to the aid of his teammates. And Akshan will be able to rotate around there and make sure the red buff is going to stand tall for now. And Gragas actually going to move into the red side of the jungle for the Lobster option. So the key is stopping the Karthus, invade them early, and they've done that.
Yep, they've done that for sure. It did cost them an ignite, so Azin's going to be down some kill pressure in this mid lane here, but just getting that rotation there, they have the range advantage in this matchup.
Oh, any advantage that you can get in these quarterfinals is going to be also important, and it's up to you. Heroic charge, I believe it's what is this? Akshan. It's been a while since I've seen this champion. We'll see if
Yeah.
he can actually get it going. It's heroic swing. It's not heroic charge. Somebody else has got that one. So heroic swing.
Uh,
Riot keeping it pretty close with the names of the abilities always helps out these play-by-play casters. Let me tell you. But
yeah.
again, he's looking to right the wrongs of the first game, right? He was under so much pressure on the Silas. That hijack was great. He actually, you could say, he won them the game with that stolen encore. And now he's looking to
Mhm.
take a little bit of ascendancy in that mid lane against the J4.
Yeah, trying to take that ascendancy for sure. Make sure that they're able to get the advantages that they need. The gold here as well. Although this back is going to get stopped here. The flag coming in. You'll love to see it here. Although there's a potential first blood occurring here in the river if they're going to get caught out on the side of Utah.
They got a flash out of Kiamia, but over the wall comes Madolce, hits him with the Ultra Shock flag and drag on the leg. Great flash from Uzi, upset table. Oh, baby, that was perfect.
Perfect indeed. First blood coming out on both games right now for the Lobster option. They're getting this early game down and pat here. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep this lead and extend it to make sure that Utah isn't going to get the breath of fresh air that they want.
Oh, that skill ceiling being smashed through in this series so far. What a play. Frame perfect flash from Uzi upset table, also known as Bedard. For the people that have been in the dominant scene for a while here, knows exactly what's going on for the table. Flag and dragon up AZN. MAGA Warrior is here, doesn't get a lay waste on AZN, but does get the flash. Fifth business has to handle the business in that mid lane and cash in on those minions. His mid laner needs to go back.
Speaking of minions here, we know Mega Warrior ended up getting invaded super early, but they have a lead in the CS here. That clear speed I was talking about in the draft fade, super important here, and they're able to bounce back here as well. They already have a kill as well as getting two backs here, and we haven't seen Fifth Business here being able to spend some of that cash money that they've been developing by clearing these waves.
The same start from game one. Lobster option pick off where they started. They didn't leave off on that, but they're certainly handling it on Summoner's Rift right now. Extremely exciting to see how this one transforms, because this was the same pattern that game one followed. We'll see if Blaziken can absorb all the pressure from the Gnar. Already building a goal lead up there is low the man. Very comfortable top
Oh.
laner. And Uzi upset table gives a thumbs up from his end. That's a really good trade from the side of Utah in that mid lane.
Yeah, up a level there, getting them nice and low. If they fell any lower, an ignite might have been coming their way, and that could have been a kill for sure. And they're bleeding XP and gold here out of Uzi as well. If they're not going to be able to pick up these waves and pressured out here, a little dangerous to get too many autos here, as they're going to be taking a turret shot into the mid lane as well. Ooh. This is a big wave here crashing. There's a fight going to be happening.
Oh, Kiamya is actually walking up. No flash onto the Nami, but Valentine will get the flash away. Him exhaust off the
Oh.
Roselle. The burst fire from Dolce grabs that one. Lobster option. They win that 2v2.
Yeah, that 2v2 there, Lulu, very strong, like you were mentioning before. And Madolce was able to get a nice split push there. It's not the most exciting thing, but those fights have been very volatile for there, as they already have their Berserker Greaves here, and they're able to just kite this out and use their attack speed just to get Valentine to fall.
Well, even though he's ain't got that invade on the Karthus really early on, Karthus managing to sail to level 6 also has that kill as well onto that Nami, that first blood. Going over to the Karthus is probably the best thing that could happen in this game. You get him accelerated to a point where he's going to start deleting people. But it looks like that Dragon's going to be started up here from Utah. Kind of the same retrospect. The Dragon's going to be also important. I got a feeling they're going to be shared in this game as well. But they got 4 numbers there, and it looks like they're going to secure this one without contest.
Yeah, Windrake, not the most exciting one, not the strongest one to have here. That little extra movement speed is quite nice. It's a quality of life dragon in my book, but you can get some nice value out of it. This next one, though, is going to be an Infernal Dragon, so extra damage coming out of everyone, which is going to be important for these matchups.
Oh, the man.
Grasp stacks.
He's
Oh, the
always-
Karthus?
Karthus
enough?
Requiem. How good? Oh, Maga gets it. Karthus game it, baby. It's online. Uzi upset table collapsing as well. Kiamya still no flash. Getting run down by Madolce. Playing with his foot a little bit. Burst fire comes out. Misses that one, but gets it from the auto attack of fifth business. Caught on the wrong side of this one. His business better go out of business right here. Choppy, who's it going to get? Ultra shot through the wall. Cataclysm. Okay, baby. We see you, Uzi. We see you. Secures the kill.
Yeah, no need to make Karthus great again here. Getting a lot of value out of his entire kit here. Hasn't been able to utilize his passive quite yet, but nonetheless, still quite strong on the board here. Ended up getting an early Dark Seal, sitting at 6 stacks here, like we saw into game 1 here. We'll have to see if this transitions into a Magi's to try and get some more AP here. Just an elite the enemy team from far away.
Just a slight 2,000 goal lead for the side of the
just a
Lobster
casual.
option.
At 9 minutes, you know. Pretty
It's
good,
not
pretty
bad.
good.
Not bad early game from the team that just wants to scale to infinity right now. So again, we'll need to keep track. Akshan is still a thing in this game. And of course, fifth business on this Gragas. Once he's got that level 6 now, so the explosive cast going to be available. You see low the man taking the fight at Blaziken. A little bit too hard to actually kill in this one on the Scion. And of course, as soon as he dies as well, he's got that death surge. And he's always glorified in death Scion. He'll be chasing after you, looking to get something. They rotate the bot lane very early on. And actually, Madolce is going to be here. Doesn't get the slow onto low the man. Alcove Gaming going to be achieved here. Will he be able to get out? He gets a hop and skip to a jump to safety. Madolce is just going to tank the wave and he'll back off.
The TP going into the bot lane here, a little bit of a rotation switch up, forced to catch this wave as their bot lane for the Lobster option ended up choosing to go top here, and low the man is going to be forced to pick up this wave here as well, and it looks like the Rift Herald is going to get picked up here similar into the earlier games as well, but I think they're going to be able to utilize it here a little bit more. They're going to want some of these plates as they haven't taken a single one yet, but Utah has taken one top and mid, and I believe they've taken one or maybe two in the bot side.
Oh, Uzi looking for
The
Azen into the
flash.
Colosseum. Goodbye, Azen. This is where you will stay. Collects that kill, accompanied by Lulu. Choppy,
Oh.
just getting a cheeky assist in there. Didn't do a whole lot. Actually, just sped up the J4 and made sure that he could actually get that kill. J4 still behind the CS department, but he's 2 kills and 2 assists to the good over the opposing mid lane of Utah.
Yeah, it looks like rather than a gore drinker build out of Uzi, although the flash out of
Oh.
Madolche there, just in the nick of time. Gonna have to give up this wave and some of those plates as well. But it looks like they're gonna be trying to get some poke here as well into this top side. But as I was trying to say here, Uzi trying to go for some lethality here with that early tier, trying to get that upgraded into an earlier item for a nice power spike and the lethality.
Okay, Lightning Crash going to go down, interrupted by the Gragas. He actually gets onto that one. Uzi has to flash out there. J4 walking, talking, low the man, looking to
Oh,
get Big Nar. Actually takes the putt to the
did they get it?
face. Fit business. Oh, it's Uzi gameplay. He's firing all cylinders in this one. Shelly going to be dropped on the bot side. Can the charge go off? Yes, it
Oh,
does.
yeah.
Everybody getting paid. Blaziken, Choppy, and more importantly, Maga Warrior. They withstand the onslaught of Utah. They're making the most of every situation right now.
Yeah, they're still down in the plate department, but they are still sitting close to a 2,000 gold lead here. Not quite hitting that benchmark, although this could change.
He's then going rogue. Wild Growth's going to go into the cart this year. Lay Waste actually hits him there. Double damage if you get isolated targets. Going to get rooted up by the Blade Caller from Valentine. Red Queen goes down. Going to drop the action as well. Valentine going to flash and get the feathers out. Maga walking, talking. He's still alive, baby. But Sion is not.
Yeah, death awaits. They're quite familiar with this, with the Scion and with the Karthus, but nonetheless, they're getting so much value out of this. It's 3-10 right now. Utah is the top-seeded team right now, but it's looking a lot more difficult for them as this early game is really being nailed down by the Lobster option.
4 kills onto this J4, and you're absolutely right, Abba. That's lethality. J4 coming through. Eclipse going to be locked in by Uzi
Mm-hmm.
upset too. I love it. It's fantastic. Keep it coming. Keep this action rolling. That goal lead 2,500 in favor of the Lobster option.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they get the early Muramana with it as well, trying to get that tier stacked as well. And they're getting some value with their runestones as well with the first strike and the magical footwear as well. Some more wet noodle fights happening into the top side here, but the scaling is being favored here by Blaziken rather than last game where they were just falling a little bit behind into that Camille pick.
Well, the problem with it, J4 is accelerated in this game. He's almost at a point where he's very close to one-shotting you with this Eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the carries. Valentine needs to be careful. Azen as well. That matchup is non-favorable for the Akshan. Now, anytime the Uzi has anybody in the vicinity, he's going to pull that trigger every single time. Madolche getting the hyper focus in the bot lane. Of Utah actually lands a bubble as well. Very clean tidal wave. Goes out from style points. Kamya gets that one. Maga Warrior under threat. The Karthus so immobile. That shutdown. Going to go over to the opposing jungler in the lay waste. Not going to burn down the fat man. Gragas walks out with that kill.
Yes, 700 gold coming out of that. Very important by them. And
Oh, it's not
Blaziken is going
over.
to get
Here
caught out.
comes
But no!
Uzi. Is next on the menu. Gets the Scion double kill. The mid laner of the Lobster option.
Yeah, meat's back on the menu here. Getting some nice juicy kills here. The action is not stopping. We're getting a lot of value out of our play-by-play here. And this tower, another one coming down here on the side of Utah with their second one on the top side. The first one being the bot side. Although Valentine possibly getting caught out here. Are they able to get the shutdown here? They were.
Shutdown. He gets the shot. That's so big for Utah. That's so
big.
huge. Valentine gets cash money in the pocket. And of course, Maga Warrior, he's got that global. He's going to hit that every single time. Great root up from Valentine. Secures the kill into the mid laner. Gets a little bit gold back in the AD carry's pocket.
Yeah, that Dark Seal not gonna stack itself here. Just making sure that they can get that kill secured for their team. Very important for them. Although there's a big difference between some of these carries here. Top side, Blaziken is down at around 1,500 gold here as well. And for Valentine. They're up a nice 1,000 gold here as well for them. And these are some big name people here. And of course, on the other side of this equation, Mega Warrior is sitting at over 1,000 gold lead here as well. And we're over 2,000 with Uzi upset here into the mid lane. Very important. It doesn't look like it with the CS, but if you look at that KDA, it really tells a story.
This game is a lot closer than we think. Once again, this
Hmm.
is phenomenal, League of Legends. It's so close. We're almost at the 16-minute mark. Low the man going on to the lethality. J4 is going to get away, and of course that Mana Moon is being stacked up. Like you already mentioned, dear Abba, he's going to be scaling a little bit more, get some more damage through, gets the W out. But Low the man going to be relentless in that split push, and we reach a lull in the game. But that gold lead is very slim for the Lobster option again. Can we see the same trend that happened in the first game here?
Well, we're seeing it right now with the mid tower going to be close to falling here, and the jungler. Oh, are they done?
G4
No,
don't what? Okay. Oh, that was
so
so close.
close.
Sion gets the fat man. Okay, BMI is pretty big, but he leaped in the air after that knock up. He's going to get peeled to death here. He knows that Blazekic's in trouble. Gets interrupted with the ultimate. Wave goes out
Oh,
from Kiamya. Sets it up for fifth business. Fourth kill of the game. And that glory in death not going to be glorious enough. Sion going to achieve his third death of the game. Lightning Crash going to go down from Dolce up against Valentine. Gets the feathers out. Can he get the recall in time?
oh.
Yes, he can. Traded respectfully. The AD carries in this game. Kill each other almost instantly.
Yeah, but Madolche did have to spend 2 summoners versus Valentine. Only had to spend 1 there. Oh, is Azin getting caught out here, or is Mega Warrior going to be able to pop him out here? Azin, oh, you can't stealth
Come
away
on,
from the ultimate
Karthus.
here.
Karthus gaming, dude.
It's the outplay button. It's the outplay button.
If in doubt, just hit R. Win the game.
Yeah.
Fifth kill of the game for him. He is on that Dark Seal. It manages to go up 2 more stacks, so 10 stacks on that one. Still waiting to see that Medjai's come through. It's got to come through in this game, surely. And don't call me Shirley. That dragon, 25 seconds away here, Abba. Who's going to get here first? It looks like the pings are going down from the Lobster option. They abide by the name, and they're heading straight for that ocean to collect it up. It's not an ocean dragon. I was more talking about the river in the sense that the water's still there. It doesn't even matter. The metaphorical sense is still there. The Mountain Drake going to be available in T-minus 5 seconds.
Yeah, getting this vision and just the lineup, the pressure out of the waves here, super important here. So much action. We didn't even get to talk about the Inferno Drake being taken here. We're already on the 3rd Drake, and these resistances, very important for both teams. So it's already being started here.
All right, we're going to see action happen on the front fold. That's going to be Uzi pulling the trigger there. Maga's going to be dropped. The jungler already go on. No smite available for this one. Exhaust going to be dropped on low. The man, that's the Ultra Shock through the wall. Introducing Madolche.
Is that
Can he team fight? Is it gets soloed off the Mountain Drake? What the flip is going on in the back of that team fight? Picked the fight with the wrong animal in that one. Fifth business. Waiting, he's still got the smite available. Can they get them through the wall? Flag and drag.
Oh,
Lands
the
two
chain!
from Uzi. Overcomes Madolche. Accepts the invitation. Dragon gonna go over a Lobster option.
Yeah, this is going to be quite nice as you're stacking health already out of Blazekicks. So extra resistances means that each health is going to be more effective after one another. And they're closer to an Earth Soul, which is very nice. Just getting some shield. And you got to remember, you have a Zeri on your team who just loves having a shield passively because of that Dragon Soul.
Oh, shield bow now completed as well there, Abba.
Yeah, it's been completed for a little bit now, but you know, they're able to get a lot of value out of it as well, trying to get this up. Not quite into a second item here on either AD carry, but it's going to be an important item here as Navori on Valentine, very volatile as you get a lot of damage with your Feather Recall. And of course, Madolche just being able to kite stuff more with this Phantom Dancer, getting that super important for them as it's an excellent power spike for them.
Madolche stepping up. Quarterfinals, Risen eSports dominate. Dominating the Summoner's Rift right now. This is so competitive that this is exactly what we're after. The best teams in the league make it to these playoffs, and there's a reason why it gets better and better. This one with the quarterfinals, we got the semis, and then of course the final after this as well. Mega Warrior gets the Oracle out, spots out 3 of Utah, looking to get a Quick one on it. Requiem going to go down as well. Kiamiya is going to be taken insurmountably low. Yeah, he's going to be deleted as well. The ultimate goes through from the J4 and secures up Nami. Server on a dish for the mid laner.
Yeah, no peeling here, and that numbers advantage is going to be all that they need here. And Blaziken does have TP for this fight, but that Kartha's getting caught out here.
Lightning crash, burst fire. Madolche may as well be Scarface returning the Valentine's Day massacre on Valentine. That's going to be followed up by J4 pokes the Gragas. A little bit forces them off, and the Lobster option extend that goal lead 3,000.
Yeah, and an important tower here into the mid lane as well. And if they get them, all the fifth business getting the business here, taking the damage.
Blow the man pushing around the Scion up there in the top lane, bottom lane. They're top laners in the bottom lane. Blaziken will walk this one out. Surely. Okay, low the man. Ultimate, Blaziken, hello. Disconnect. Soul Furnace goes out. Dodges that one. Okay, low the man. We see you. The fancy feed, the solo kill. Anybody surprised? Low the man in trouble here. Cornered. Blaziken actually leaving it for the Zeri. Might have been a mistake. Okay, of course Uzi's there. He cleans that mess up.
Yeah, he struck first there, able to get an extra set of gold onto them as well. They have some important shutdowns here as well. So Blaziken just needs that HP here. He doesn't necessarily need the gold from the kills. So love to see that it's going on to some of their more bursty and key champions here as well. The TPs coming out of both teams, they're ready to be transitioned if they want to split push to try and set up for some side lane pressure into this upcoming Baron here. Dragon's not going to be coming up for 2 minutes here, so a lot of action is going to be coming out of the mid and top side of the map. Possible some bot lane pushes here with the teleports being up here.
I see what you did there, Rabo. A lot of Akshan coming out of the mid lane. I like it. Unintentional, but we still get there, baby. 140 on that next dragon. This will be sole point for the side of Lobster option, so you better believe they're going to be fully committed to getting that one. But you need to be careful. That big purple worm or shrimp is Crim's. Like, by the way, Crims took the day off today, and you know what, Crims? You got competition, baby. Abba's killing it right now. We get the Requiem down. That's to get an advantage over the situation right now. That's going to be the Flag and Dragon and the Cataclysm. That's going to be the flash out. That's going to be clean play coming through from Uzi. Upset table. He might fall for this. The Flag and Drag go through. It looks like he's out. Valentine already used the Featherstorm. He's going to flash forward as well. He's going to get secured by the explosive cast. Up comes the Scion. Blaziken's had enough of that mess there. He's actually going to secure the kill onto the Nami right now. They could be set up for this Baron, but it looks like it'll be a little bit too risky of the coin flip. Maga Warrior is here. It looks like they're just going to clear the vision.
Yeah, making sure that they don't know when to smite. They're going in blind. Super important, but the smite is being set up. The lightning crash.
Baby.
Are they going to get fifth business here as well? Madolche continuing this fight. It looks like that's not going to be the case with Wall-the-Man pushing into this bot side tower here. They weren't able to transition it here, but they're going to get a nice split advantage here. We saw them end up beating Blaziken with this.
Oh, the man is keeping them in this game. Let me tell you, throws the boulder toss, gets out of there with a hop. Very clean mechanics, even on the Gnar. He's built for that split push. Trinity Force, Black Cleaver going to be completed for the Gnar in this game. Low the man wants to take the fight at Blaziken anytime that he potentially can. Anytime that Blaziken groups, you need to be careful. There might be a threat of actually losing more. So that bot lane and Hibber are going to be exposed for the Lobster option. They're still sitting pretty in this game. 4,300 gold lead. The Baron going to be started up here by the side of Utah. This looks a little bit risky.
Yeah, you gotta risk it for the biscuit here. We'll have to see if they're putting in the damage. It looks like they don't quite have it yet.
They're way too low. They're way too low.
Too low.
Cannot.
Valentine has shown up though.
Wall of Pain, good Featherstorm to get out of that knock up from the J4. Nami ultimate goes through, doesn't hit anybody there. The Requiem going to go down, just need to get them low enough, and then they will burn with the Dark Harvest. Actually, it's first strike on the Karthus. So he's a rich boy in this game, and now the Baron going to be started up by the Lobster option, which means Utah have to take this dragon off the table right now. Uzi still looking for Valentine. Looks like he's going to fall. That's the shutdown over the AD carry of Utah State. So that's a little bit of a mistake, over commitment from Uzi, and they're going to get the Baron regardless, but that dragon is going to belong to Utah State.
Those not going to be coming up anytime soon here. And we saw how important that Baron was in the last game here, but the Lobster option has it now here. They're going to be able to get a lot more pressure here as well. They don't have some of these outermost turrets. The top tower is still standing tall and strong. We'll have to see if they're going to use that to try and mitigate any sort of push here. And with the waves being towards their end of the map, it's a little bit longer for them to crash it out. Of course, Baron buff does give your minions some more movement speed to try and secure things out, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to utilize this enough with the stats that come with it.
Since we reached this lull in the game, let's take a look at the itemization here. Rabadon's complete for Karthus.
A fight's not
Leandri's.
happening for once.
Wow. Shadow Flame completed as well. This is a very. And he's still not got the Magi's up, but that's got to be trolling.
Yeah, he has been picked up just every once in a while, so maybe not the worst, but nonetheless, I
Look at the
could
CS
definitely
in the
see your
jungle.
argument.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
230 at 26 minutes. That's nine CS a minute. Pretty good, pretty good. Of course, the other side, Lo the Man has more farm here as well. Doesn't have quite the kills though. Doesn't have quite the kills.
And this is the again the same way that it's transitioned, but now the
Oh
scaling is
no,
online.
as in
Is in trouble here. Yeah, where did he go? Any choppies KDA. The Lulu, by the way, still deathless in this game. So if you're Utah State, you need to send a message. This champion is broken, but at least kill her. Send a message. That's this one locked in. I mean, the Zeri Lulu combination, we go back to it, even in the draft, it's so powerful here, Abba. So powerful.
yeah, they were able to get a lot of value out of that bot lane as well. Of course, there is a nice split push, but we'll have to see if this pressure in the mid lane is enough to pull Lo the Man out here to try and save things out. It looks like the wave clear is gonna be a little bit too much for the Lobster option to choose here. We'll have to see what they end up trying to rotate through, or if they're gonna commit to just push this out a little bit more and catch out Utah, as it's 3 minutes till a dragon happens, and the Baron buff isn't going to be on here them forever.
Well, this is the biggest gap we've seen in this game. 7,000, the goal lead in favor of the Lobster option. Remember, folks, they're the underdogs. Sending a message. They went close in game one. The same thing has happened in this one. Of course, Utah put up the biggest fight that they can. Lo the Man gets a hop, skip, and a jump. Can they get out of this one, though? Cataclysm going to go down on it. The Nar gets a flash out of him at least. That's going to be success. Requiem going to go down as well. I believe he might fall here. He's burning with the Leandres. Yeah, there you go. Maga Warrior going to pick up that one. No threat of that split pushing. But look at this. Utah respond with 4 in that mid lane.
Yeah, the death cap certainly getting its name there. Although the return push, very well done by Utah, getting the wave out there as well. And the Baron buff is also down here, so it's going to take longer for these waves to crash and get some value out of here. They only got 1 tower out of this Baron buff as well, so that's not what you want to be seeing with a 7,000 gold lead here. But Utah's been playing an immaculate macro game here as well, so it's really getting them to cut out here what they have to be doing.
Well, for the Lobster option, that stall is happening now because that Baron is timed out and they gave up the soul point potentially for that one. So not going to secure that anytime soon. You see a dragon. 1 minute 30 on the clock for that one. And again, that goal lead still about 7,000, 7,200 here for the side of the Lobster option. They just need to figure out a way to try and close out this game because this game is still within reach. Okay.
It's still
Lo the Man is still a problem. He is the
and
consistent problem
Athena's.
on the 100%. The fact that he's picked these 3 items up right now, this Nar is a monster. Absolute
Yeah.
monster. You can't let him split push against Blaziken anymore. You have to make
Mm-mm.
sure that he's not within the fight because he's doing insurmountable amounts of damage. And now we've got 3 items on the Gragas too. That's nothing to be scoffed at. That explosive cast followed up by the body slam and then a couple of more, even the alt attack with the drunken rage. And Madolchi's finding it very hard. He's got that shield bow in inventory as well. But you can say the same again. Utah State, they're losing out on the kills here. They are behind in gold, but they keep up the CS numbers on the carries who matter.
Yeah, they do matter, and you can see the reflection here with the levels. They're sitting with a 2-level lead into the top side. They're down levels in the jungle here, but nonetheless, they're still getting some value out of Lo the Man, who's really holding down Utah in these games.
Oh, Fifth Business actually just used the explosive cash. That's a little bit questionable. Gragas going to walk that one way. You can see that Utah just want to give up this dragon. They know it's soul point, but it's not necessarily the end of the game right now. So what will be the response here from the Lobster option? That dragon's going to spawn, but they got a hard push with 5 in that top lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a big answer for them. How fast are they able to take it out? It's going to force some recalls here as Uzi can't defend against 5 people. He can only burst down so many people.
Oh,
Oh,
Cataclysm on 3. Requiem gonna go down as well. Hits
oh
the
my gosh!
stasis. Double kill instantly from Maga Warrior. Wild Growth followed up. Here comes the squad cleaning it up. Macro game on point or not low. The man under threat from the Scion. Over goes Zeri. Looking to get the ace and they'll get it. Lobster option respond successfully in this game.
Oh my goodness. I was like, Utah, oh man, this is just so like, this is a really smart play by Utah here. They're getting towers, they're getting the pressure, and this is a big response for them to have. And then the Lobster option was like, hey, remember we picked Karthus? We don't have to be here. And just the Cataclysm lining up, the first strike damage lining up and getting all this damage, putting them onto Soul Point, getting this tower here as well. Very good for them. Getting the mid wave prio here as well. They don't have it topside, but this can be easily rotated into a Baron as they head out to ace.
It looks like we're going to an evened up series at this rate. Void Staff now completed for Maga Warrior in that jungle. 8,000, close to 9,000 right now. It'll actually be achieved to 10,000 after that Baron take. The Lobster option playing with their foot a little bit. Now we'll get to see the push. Can they end this game?
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to do it. I've seen people lose games with a 10,000 gold deficit, but they are far and few behind. I've seen it. I have seen it happen.
I love the optimism. I really do.
But
and I've seen it too. I've seen it 100%. I've seen it too. Don't be that person.
The first rule to League of Legends is never chase Singed. The second rule is there's always time to throw.
And there's always time for J4 Insta. One shot. Oh my god, Kamya is actually burning. Wow, that Requiem from Karthus. Let's actually head on over to Karthus and tell you how much of a cooldown is on that ultimate right now.
There's the Magi's.
A minute 30 seconds. He finally gets that Magi's. It would have been fully stacked by now. 11, 3, and 13. Phenomenal performance from Maga Warrior. Remember, this Karthus got invaded very early on. They stopped what he could potentially do in this game. But for how long? Not long enough. Because he's accelerated beyond belief. He's full build looking for stacks.
That was 1Q? Holy cow, that feels terrible in Valentine. You can only heal so much with that. The Liandry's Anguish has done over 6,000 damage at this point when they were able to get it at this early. It's just gonna feel worse here. You know, they're trying to get a nice push here as well, but Blaziken is gonna be harder and harder to kill as the game goes on, especially with these dragons. Oh, the kiting though.
Lodeman is doing absolutely no damage to Blaziken. Let's get that right for a second. So Scion, well and truly comfortable. Lodeman might be looking to just get the inhibitor and get out. He'll get out now because J4 made the recall back, but that Baron power play is going to be activated in that bot side. Going to get 2 ultimates out with the Nami and the Gragas. Not get any picks. That's got to be a worrying sign because that next wave is approaching. They're looking to crack open the base here, and the Lobster option looking to cement their place and tie up the series here with a very convincing win.
Yeah, trying to crack it open here, like an Anivia egg, trying to make sure that they're down, getting this game here. They want to be on the board and send a message. They can't give Utah a perfect score.
Slow and steady wins the
wins
race.
the race.
That turret down to 5. Madolchi's got out here! Oh, they get the Zeri shut down over the Gragas! Teleport comes in from J4, doesn't matter, fifth business, looking to kill him here as well! J4 will just live with a shield by Lulu.
Oh, that was so close. I was like, are the Liandry's Anguish going to be enough here? But that's not quite going to be enough here. Well, the man still pushing out the top side, even into an Baron buff. Really forcing things out, but with these recalls coming, it's a little bit dangerous for them to push stuff out. It's a minute until Soul is going to be contested and fought for by Utah. We'll have to see if the Lobster option is going to be able to take it here. Baron's not going to be coming up for another 3 minutes roughly here, and we have to keep in mind here that there's a stopwatch on Madolche, so they might be able to bait some stuff out, get a nice stopwatch, and do that. We've seen a lot of good micro and macro coming out of both of these teams here, so this is going to be a very crucial team fight for both people.
Oh man, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. We got 35 seconds on this next dragon. This will be Soul for the side of the Lobster option. They're set up to take it. Fit business, clearing out division here. Uzi's laying and wait. Everybody pretty much full build. That's going to be a Zonius as well. Gragas going to find Uzi as well. Oh, can he kill him? Oh, stasis activated from Uzi. Flash from Choppy. They're in trouble here. They're being picked apart. Maga Warrior in trouble as well. The pincer all through the fat man. Utah State. Oh my god, what is happening right now?
Yeah, just walking a little too far up and getting picked out here. They knew they were going to be at the Dragon, and it looks like the man didn't even need to be there for these pickups.
Madolche, they're all
Oh,
soloing. Gets interrupted
no!
again. Fifth business. Take a bow. Take a damn bow.
I know you said you liked the optimism. I guess it's just a caster diff here. The little divination power's coming out here. And the gold difference is shrinking, and so is low. The Lobster's options base coming out here as well. Is Blaziken gonna get any pick here? Oh, they're getting... Oh, the casket.
I mean, the death timers are not long enough to actually end this game. I don't think J4 is going to be up here as well. Low the man going to accept that challenge from Lamb. One next is started going to go down here. Second one under threat. There's no way. There's no way that Utah turn this once again. Oh, they get deleted. Fifth business gets it. Oh my god. Utah State turn this whole game around and they go 2-0 in this series.
It's a best of 5. It's not going to be over yet. But this is a very difficult answer for the Lobster option to have. It looked so good for them. They had that huge lead. They had so much value coming out of Maga Warrior here, who did 58,000 damage in a 36-minute game. That's a lot of damage to come out of here as well. But it looks like that Utah ended up picking up some Flex Seal from the item shop here to prevent all of that and secure the game.
How? How do you win that game?
Yeah, so just getting those key pickups there with the vision at that dragon fight, with the death timers being as long as they are, that means you can get some people picked out and secure some of these fights. And with Dragon not necessarily being the only win con here and getting those extra split pushes we saw to the low the man, that was enough to end the game as a whole there. Very, very well executed by Utah.
Wow, what a performance. I mean, just out of nowhere. Out of flipping nowhere, Lulu did fall in that game. So not
Hmm.
deathless. I can't believe it. Where do you go if you're the lobster option now, Abba? Where do you go? That was a 11. I think it even peaked at 12k gold lead for the side. How do you bounce back from that now? What is that mental sitting at?
Yeah, the mental games here, that they felt the jaws of defeat here. And I think the key option here is we've seen a lot of value coming out of Maga here. So being able to utilize this jungle here, who's a clear carry for sure, but you have to find an answer for the top lane. You can't just say, all right, we scale, we should win into the late game, because that didn't work. That game plan did not work. They have to stop the top lane. If the top lane isn't there to really solidify their team, even at a gold deficit, that they're going to have a harder time winning some of these fights and these pickups, as this split push was part of the reason as to why Utah was able to win this game.
Low the man. Low the man. He might be goated status for this Utah squad. Azen can literally pick whatever he wants in that mid lane. And when it comes to actually winning the game here, fifth business, I mean, what a play on the Gragas to actually get the picks. He was spotted out as well. That's the
Hmm.
worrying sign. Is he was spotted out. They knew that Gragas was clear in vision. They pulled the trigger. It didn't work out. And then the whole squad, the peel factor, insane, fantastic. I need to take a break. Abba, that just blew me away. What a performance from Utah. This is why they're undefeated and they dominate. They're looking to dominate this series to find out if they go 3-0. You're going to have to stay tuned. Right after this, we're going in the draft for game 3. Into picks and bans once again. This is a phenomenal series. I know. I mean, that last one, that Mental's got to hurt Abba, but Lobster option, they're playing good League of Legends. They just have to keep going with it, right? They've not
Yeah.
done a whole lot wrong in this whole series right now, but they're on the receiving end of a potential 3-0. Now's the time to close out the game, be decisive, take control, and don't let Utah get back into this game, regardless of what happens in this one.
Yeah, I've certainly been here into the finals when I had a best of five, had a nice lead here, and ended up losing the series because I was just trying to ego it out here. So they're still going to have to play very disciplined here, as both teams are very, very good. And well, looks like Mega Warrior is getting a double ban
Oh
here,
my
so they
god.
know where to throw some of these bans here out of Utah, making sure to get some value out of it. And we're just going to stick with the Gragas pick here. Was able to get some nice value out of it as well.
You gotta. I mean, the Gragas looked really good. Fifth business actually making it happen in that jungle, albeit that it wasn't too consistent. But when push comes to shove, this man is reliable. He got the picks that transitioned into that win. So again, that Gragas going over, it's got to be frightening. But remember, Gragas can still be flexed, so it's not necessarily going to go into the jungle here. It looks like Lobster option are going to go with a hyper carry in the Jinx. Okay, so my biggest convincing factor here, Abba, that if you pick the Jinx, make sure that you don't hyper focus the Jinx. Give more options because
Hmm.
Utah, they have the tools to deal with that champion.
Yeah, and with the Lulu here, it looks like they might be trying to go for a protect the hyper carry composition here. Although if they're transitioning to an Annie, that's what I love to see. I've seen a number of games to where they have a very strong Jinx who's like never died, has a big, big lead, but they made one mistake, just one mistake, and that led to two, three towers going, and then the Nexus.
All
So
right,
you
so
have to
the
be very careful.
wow, the Annie being picked up here by Lobster option again, can be flexed to the mid lane, but if it's a support, I like it. I really like it. Annie is a very aggressive support. She has a Pyromania passive. The unfortunate thing for Team Lobster option is they left up that Fiora. That's going to be locked in now for Low the man. This man has looked monstrous, giga monstrous in that top lane. The CS discrepancy off the charts, the damage, the carry potential, the fact that the rest of the team can just lose the game as hard as they can, and this man will drag you tooth and nail back into it.
Yeah, definitely the case here. And we saw them do really well as a duelist on the Camille here as well. So we'll have to see if they're going to answer with a duelist here, although they won't have the necessary pickups with it, as they're not going to have any beefy champions here. We know who's going to be into the jungle here. It's going to be the Evelyn. There is an option for Evelyn support. Someone ended up getting Masters with it, but it's going to be unlikely, would be my guess, with how Maga Warriors been able to play these games.
That is an interesting. We're going full solo queue on the side of Team Lobster option right now. Evelyn being picked up here. That's phenomenal. Big fan of this champion, actually. Low elo stomper, but this is a high elo here, so we'll see how they can actually deal with that. Karma going to be the third pick for Utah in this one, so that will show the hand of what the support is going to be, not necessarily the AD carry. So where's the band's going to go? And you see Team Lobster option. They don't want to pick up that Aphelios. They want to take away the Zaya as well. Two safe picks and hard scaling champions off the table. J4 going to be taken away as well. A lot of respect going down from both of these guys. I know this pre-game lobby is spicy. Let me tell you. If we could show that, then probably Risen would get cancelled. But we're still going to head with it anyway. The second ban on the blue side. Who do you actually target here? You need to make sure, if you are Utah, that you take every opportunity away from Maga Warrior. He has looked like the catalyst every single time for this squad. The Karthus, the Lily are going to be taken away. They're actually going to take away Blazekiss's Scion, but there's more options in that top lane for him.
Yeah, Maga has been a huge reason why these games have been winning, but Uzi's also been a key candidate for that as well. The Jarvan and the Cassante mid have been getting a lot of value for the composition as a whole as well. And looks like we're getting a Mel fight here. Was banned last game. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to beat the French lady, if they'll get beat over with a baguette, or if they're just going to rock around in the top lane.
I mean, Malphite is not a bad pick, but eventually Fiora will outscale the heck out of the Malphite. So,
Hmm.
again, this game already on a time limit. Silas going to be picked up from Utah. He's then going to take that back to the mid lane. Didn't have a great game on that in the first game. Oh, wow. Is Sivers locked in here as well? I mean, Utah have just drafted absolutely just almost a perfect draft for them, has to be said.
Yeah.
Fiora 131 definitely going to be online. The fact that you have the Sivir and the utility of the Karma to back that one up, they're going to pick Lucian. Now, this is Lucian mid, I believe, into the Silas, which can be very hard for the Silas to deal with until it comes out of lane. Because what
Yeah.
is the biggest takeaway from this draft, Abba? The Team Lobster option picked a Malphite into Silas.
Yeah, Silas has some really juicy ultimates to steal. Pointedly, unstoppable force here from Malphite, who's just going to be able to go in. And of course, Malphite tends to build a little bit more tanky here, but Silas is going to be able to utilize the AP scaling out of that and just make sure a target gets deleted.
Now, again, I'm a big fan of the Lobster option. I've been casting over these guys for a while now. I know very much about them. It's unfortunate the Bedard, we're not going to see him in AD carry role. That's completely fine, though, because he gets his Lucian this game. Now, that's the only takeaway that I can see from this one. I think when you look at Utah, they have drafted an absolute monstrous team. Fiora, Gragas, we've seen how well that Gragas can be piloted in that jungle from fifth business, and he made it all happen. Azen, rough game on this Silas once again, but the Sivir going to be picked up by Fallentine. Very capable AD carry, and it just looks like the Team Lobster option from what I can see. And I hope I'm wrong. I love this team. I hope I'm wrong. But the mental is kind of imploded here.
Yeah, when you lose 2 games in a row and you looked like you were going to win that second game, it is hard. Although hopefully there's some nice optimism coming out of them. They could do a reverse sweep here for sure, which would be an exciting matchup to see if they're able to do it as the underdogs. It would be very hype.
I want that. I really do. I think they showed glimpses even in the first game. They got it right in the second one. They had that goal lead. They looked awesome. It was fantastic. And then all of a sudden, one misplay cost you the game.
Hmm.
And now it's push come to shove. Okay, shut Lamb up, dude. Pop the Evelyn off. Okay, Malphite is going to be way better at the ultimates than the Silas will be, hopefully, and keep the Malphite away from him in the team fights. Because if Silas gets an ultimate off like that onto multiple
Oh.
members, including Jinx, Annie, Evelyn, Lucian, the biggest factor and the biggest takeaway from Team Lobster option here is you have that perma invis on Evelyn once she hits a level 6. Now,
Hmm.
can she make that work? Because Utah, they're 7-0 for the season. They're 2-0 in the series right now, Abba. You would feel that a champion like Evelyn is not going to face this squad. It's not going to phase them, sorry.
Yeah, if you know how to play against Evelyn, her kit isn't quite as volatile. She does warp games though, as that perma invisibility is very potent. And if you're able to get some of these big pickups here, that's also going to be quite potent. And it delays some gold advantages that you might be accruing, as you're going to be needing to buy a lot of these control wards, which is a strength here. Because if you're fighting over vision constantly, that does set up for some pickups here. And we have some potential with all these champions here who can utilize those pickups here if they're able to get that advantage.
Well, the other worrying thing for me is how does Evelyn actually deal with Fiora here? Because Fiora is a champion that once she's amassed so much gold in the game, like which member of Team Lobster Option is going to deal with this champion? None.
Yeah,
Nobody is going to be able to match her at all.
you almost have to force out a riposte here with the charm and then have some sort of other follow-up when she's locked in place for the riposte, just hitting it frame perfect so that she's stuck in the CC afterwards, which is a difficult ask.
A lot of micro going into this one. And again, I'm hoping for the reverse sweep. Well, not the reverse sweep. I want to go to a game 5, of course. But Utah have just looked so much more potent towards the end of the game. As far along as we were in that last game, Utah basically says that, okay, we're losing in the kills. We're going to get the farming department
Oh
online.
yeah.
As long as we can get 3 items on our carries, we're going to be fine. Right?
Hmm.
That seems to be their goal. Get 3 items on the Sivir, get 3 items on the Fiora, and then who's actually going to come and contest them? It's going to be very difficult. And this game is so set up for Low the Man. I mean, you needed answers to him in the first and second game. The Malphite, okay, very early on, is not such a bad matchup into the Fiora, but again, the true damage comes in, the healing, insurmountable. Malphite, you can get that Frozen Heart, of course, as well, but is he actually going to get out of that laning phase? Is that turret going to withstand the onslaught of what Low the Man has basically reciprocated for this whole series? He has been relentless in the pursuit of just beating that 1v1 to death.
Yeah, it begs the question here: are they going to be going for the Trinity split push style, or are they going to be going for more of a Divine Sunder here, where they're going to just have a little bit more dueling option here as well? We've seen both of them coming out of here. I'm gonna guess they're going to go with the Divine Sunder here. They don't necessarily need all of those procs, but Fiora can be quite potent with that split push if they end up going that route.
Well, I'm hoping they make the most of this Evelyn. Evelyn, of course, I mean, if you set it up with the Jinx and Annie, now
Hmm.
Jinx is a way that you can actually answer the Fiora, and same with the Annie, if that riposte can only go out on one spell. So the Pyromania from Annie is going to be also important. Decision making in these team fights, the Timber is going to be really influential as well. When you get that wombo combo with the Malphite, maybe you can get the Fiora before she actually does that. But then that begs the question here as well, Abba, does Utah really want a team fight? Right? Do they actually want to take that team fight? They have a Karma Siver, right? So, and they also have a Silas as well, disengage. So that 1v1, it
Yeah,
actually looks so good here.
it's so good. They have great Whittler, but let's look at game one and game two. They just gave up Dragon that just took several towers in response, getting some more value and some extra macro play out of that as well, which led to games being won there. They haven't chose to be like, all right, we're just going to team fight this out. We're going to get your pick and get the objectives there and snowball our lead that way. It's been right. All right, I will trade you this for this. I think I get the better deal here, and this is going to lead me to the game win.
Well, if it follows that same trend, that same pathway, it's going to be a 3-0. And there's no question about that. The definitely the pressure on Lobster option to come out and actually convincingly win this game. I mean, if you convincingly win this game with this type of draft, then it begs the question of how Utah respond. But in order to get to there, they have to get through this game. So can they make the Evelyn work? Can they make the Malphite better than the Silas? And can they avoid this split push and relentlessness that is low the man? Abba, we're going to cut to a small break, man. There's so much to talk about, but we'll unfold it as that story grows in this game three. It's a best of five quarterfinals and dominate. Can Utah keep that train going all the way to the final? They have to get the 3-0. They're one game away right after this.
Oh.
Game three, the quarterfinals, Lobster option. It all to do. The only option is to win. There is no other options. They've exhausted all attempts right now, and they've drafted something very interesting straight from the side of solo queue. Baby Abba, it's going to be an interesting one. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Lam, your play-by-play, of course, joined by Abba Trombone, the perfectly weighted color caster for this event. And man, it's been so enticing. You can't take your eyes away for a second. They love to fight, and I mean, it's almost like walking through Boston. Everybody wants to fight you, dude. You want to fight me? All right, let's throw hands right now. But ending the game is a problem for Lobster option. They need to try and grasp this one, and once they have it, they cannot let it go. Keep your eyes on the macro, keep the vision up, and then maybe the result will follow.
Yeah, accidentally said here as well. Some defensive words to see if there's going to be any early invades here, like we saw beforehand that red buff fight. But looks like both of these junglers are going to be trying to be stay hidden here, as there's no vision for that setup here. We'll have to see if there's any cheeky invades or if there's going to be some fights brewing at some of these scuttles. Of course, the levels are very important on Mega Warrior here as well. Fifth Business is going to have a little bit better of a gank setup earlier on because they don't need that power spike quite as late with that XP.
Well, anybody else, and you think that Evelyn on them is a little bit chill, but Maga Warrior stepped up to the plate
Mm-hmm.
twice now. Very good game on Lilia. And that last game on Karthus actually just looked unstoppable. Medjai is coming out at the end, but of course that macro game has to be on point as well. So can the Evelyn get to level 6 safely? You could say it's kind of the same farming early game is Karthus, so the style of gameplay is still there. You can still get the
Oh.
execute easy and going low as well, and you gotta expect that as well. The Uzi upset table in that mid lane. The Lucian is going to be relentless in that pursuit.
Yeah, he thinks this is going to be a very easy matchup here, which makes sense with the cull early on and getting so much damage here and pushing as an under a tower, not letting him breathe here at all, and possibly forcing him to use some biscuits here. Although we do see Fifth Business on the Raptors are rotating onto him, will Uzi get out of this brawl?
Well, is that relentless pursuit going to be available? No, it's not. He actually used that aggressively, so get out with that one for now. Low the man is going to be here as well. Activate the ghost, chasing down Uzi upset table, looking for the flush blood. Gets a flash out with the mid laner. Flashes a mastery right there as well, and it
The
looks like Uzi still
finals!
alive for now. This first blood going to go over. Low the man with the carry, the man with all the action. He gets his
Oh,
Fiora and he gets first blood in this game through.
yeah, that was a good transition here, forcing people up into it. And we saw that red buff was going to be contested. Well, the man had the lane prio into the top side, was able to get that into there as well. And Uzi was not able to utilize their prio that they had. And the collapse there forced out some important summoners. And of course, hitting the vitals that all the man was able to do. Just transition to elite here. And we know what they can do with a lead here.
And Fiora is going to accept that big wave pushing towards
Hmm.
her in full control with that lane. That's got to be worrying signs already for Blaziken up there. Valentine Kiamia stuck in the river here. Maga is here as well. Can he get the charm down? Goes back on it, Valentine. Gets the Q out. Activation again. Flash forward to try and secure the kill on the AD carry. They're going to turn their attention to the Karma. This kill should go over Madolchi, which it does. So they bite back in this game. And the bot side, south side of the river there, Jinx gets on the board.
Yeah, hopefully this does not jinx it for the Lobster option here, but they're on the board here. A slight kill difference here, but that can be attributed to the first blood. And, there's always time to get some more gold here, get some CS down here, get the culls finished, get the farm, and these levels as well. A lot of mana being down here for the Lobster option. They need to look for these recalls and spend some of this money here to make sure they're able to utilize the gold that they've been accruing.
This lane is frozen in that top side for Blaziken, and Gragas in the vicinity as well. He'll know he's up here because of that ward that was placed there in the try. So very unfortunate circumstances for the Malphite. Not going to get to play the game this early on, and low the man accumulating that CS lead already, double the Malphite, and he just can't walk up to the wave. This is worrying signs because in comes Fifth Business looking for Blaziken. No flash on the Malphite either. It's going to get even worse for the top laner, the Lobster option. 2 kills to low the man this early on in the game.
Freezes will do that to you. You can't walk up, you get zoned out of the XP, which you really need here. And of course, that if you have a jungler to help you out here to get you an even further lead, that's going to get you down as well. As in having a nice trade into the mid lane here. But most importantly, we saw Asin lose very early into this game, but the level 6 all in that you get out of these big, flashy summoners and of course ultimates is all you necessarily need to change a team fight. Blaziken can just be on engage duty and do their job so long as their R button is up.
And the way that Blaziken, oh, Chains come back in. Hold on a minute. We'll talk about that in a second. Hazen with the solo kill onto Uzi upset table. It's all falling apart for the Lobster option this early on in the game. Kill goes over to the mid lane of Utah. And I better say that Blaziken is build choice in this game. Taking the Arcane Comet, you want to use that for harass. The only thing getting harassed up there is Blaziken. Is low than man. Got that freeze again. He's not letting go of it.
Yeah, the Man is just grasping at these good trades in the top lane, able to get some HP here, already having a Sheen here, which does suggest that they're going to be able to get this Mythic here as well with the double longsword, being able to build into the Forge Hammer here and push for a Mythic.
Looking at the experience of Evelyn right now, she's not even close to level 6, but it looks like Maga Warrior has been called up to this top lane. Blaziken needs the help. He knows he's going to get run down by the Fiora. The Grand Challenge is going to go out level 6 on low the man. The healing isn't that great, but Maga is here. Can I get the allure down? He gets the shutdown. Okay, they stem the bleeding for now. Maga Warrior makes Fiora pay for that overcommitment.
Yeah, the overcommitment. They're not quite able to get that last vitals there, and the good rotation coming on a Mega Warrior here, getting value out of that Dark Seal. And we know the story also well. This first dragon going over to Utah here, able to get some nice value out of it. And that's just going to help them with some of these trades as well. Extra healing on a Fiora, always nice for some of these trades as well. And the bot lane does enjoy this as well, and Asin is going to enjoy this on their side of the map.
All right, Silas already doing so well in this game. I believe he was a couple of deaths down in the first game here, so maybe he's looking to improve. But that's right, Ocean Dragon going to be secured for the side of Utah, so that's going to be enticing for them to keep those stacks of the Dragon up. We see that trade in the mid lane again. Uzi on the receiving end of the Silas. Once those chains connect, the call actually going to be bought by Uzi. So looking to scale up a little bit, but he is under that turret. He probably won't get away from this one. Looking for the solo kill is, and he will get it. Locks him up and puts him down. Choppy is here. Tibbers comes out. He's out of range of that turret right now. He gets Kingslayer off. Maga Warriors here looking to try and clean this one up. Azen knows he's in trouble. Goes forward. The allure is good, and that's going to be a kill back over to this notorious jungler Maga Warriors. He's trying to put the team on his back.
Yeah, Athens finally won the mid lane here, able to push in and dive in there. Think he has nothing to lose but his chains, but unfortunately, with the rotation coming on a Maga Warrior, putting a stop to that and getting a kill out of him here as well, making sure this Dark Seal is going to stay at 0 stacks right now, and that theirs is going to be at 5.
Fiora making her way from the jungle back over. Didn't look to actually take that red buff away. If you are in the position that Low the Man is, as long as you know where that Evelyn is, it's going to be very hard now. Level 6 actually achieved for the jungler of the Lobster option. How many executes can you get in this one? This game is running on a knife's edge, and Evelyn has to be that catalyst once again for the Lobster option to actually bounce back in this one, Abba. So we'll see. She looks like she's pathing back up to that top lane. So can Blaziken bait this out? Level 7 now on Low the Man. Got that Caulfields as well, so that CDR going to help out the Fiora a lot.
Yeah, Blaziken is going to have to stay healthy here if that play is going to come into fruition. If they're too low, they're not going to be able to engage, and they're going to get popped. And then the challenge is just going to heal Low the Man up.
He's in, gets rooted up by Choppy's Pyromania. Still going to go in there, actually steals the Evelyn. That's so clean. That is so clean to get out of that one. He's in, lives.
Yeah, not getting stuck in between a rock and a hard place here, as unable to get out, slip away with stealing that ultimate there. Super important here, and with all these plays pushing up to the top side, this play for Mega Warrior is going to be more difficult to do as there's so many people up here. They have a support roaming up here from Kamiyama, and they're going to have a numbers advantage here, and their mid lane as well.
Evelyn hovering, level 7 on Maga Warrior. The more you level up in this game, that healing becomes just ridiculous on the Evelyn. So you'll have that opportunity once you get that invis again, heal up any damage that you foretake, and hopefully in a really good position for you to collect those kills. But we'll see three kill participation in this game, 100% actually for Maga Warrior so far. And you can see that that's where all the action is lying. But it's still very concerning. Low the man still accelerating in this game. Again, will there be answers? That lure
Oh.
goes out. Maga Warrior might have the ability to execute the Fiora if he wants to go for it. He actually doesn't have that ultimate available right now, so just looking to soak up that wave.
Yeah, just looking to soak it up. Get some nice trades there with the electrocute as well. Very important. And make sure they don't bleed too much gold here, catching that wave. Very important, but that does mean they know where the Evelyn is. And Azin's able to steal that ultimate there as well. So an unstoppable force coming out of him can be quite potent, as I highlighted in the draft phase.
Silas just making his way back to that mid lane. Lucian manages to get the push there, and Madolche and Choppy look very comfortable down here. This bot lane synergy has been very consistent, very impressive from both teams, Valentine and Kiamia, especially as well. That's the double force actually used from the hijacked Malphite ultimate. Peeling it back is Uzi. He'll trade over successfully with AZM, but that's going to be down now. So that dragon, about 45 seconds away. We'll see who can make the power play towards that one. Uzi sidesteps the chains there. Cool as you like. Flash. Tibbers introduced to the mid lane. Down goes AZM. Got to see action in the bot lane as well. Boomerang Blade goes out from Valentine. That Zap's going to land under the Karma. Folks resolve. Not going to matter. Allure lands as well. That's Caress. Maga Warrior again getting involved in the action.
Through an exhaust of all things, the Super Mega Death Rocket not quite killing out Valentine here, although they don't have their Noon Quiver yet, which would have changed things for sure. More action happening here on both sides of the map, top and bot here. They love to fight, don't they?
They do. They absolutely do. I gotta say, I'm a big fan of the gameplay in this one. If Dominic can offer this every single week, I am down for it. It's still neck and neck, but the Lobster option, once again, has that gold lead. You got the Dragon, which is going to be started up by Evelyn there. Arcane Comet Trade going to go back from Blaziken. He's got to teleport to get back into the lane. He needs to get out of there. Get out of dodge because the low of the man probably coming for you. The ultimate available. Silas going to go in. Try and get the execute on the Maga Warrior. Everfrost goes down as well. Gets charmed up and cut down. That kill's going to go over to the opposing mid laner of the Lobster option. Dragon and a kill. That's not a bad trade. Teleport coming back in from the Malphite. And he'll just look to eat up the rest of those 3 caster minions. Every minion counts.
Every minion counts, making sure they get that XP and that gold. They're sitting at a close to 50 CS difference into the top lane. And of course, let's roll back over to Azin. They tried stealing the dragon there. It didn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense in my book, as they already had a nice sort of setup, but that second dragon hasn't been important. We haven't seen a soul come into any of these games coming into game 3.
Just all for the taking. I mean, these are the types of games that you like. I mean, it either goes to Soul Point. Oh, on the hunt actually activated from Valentine. Still has that cleanse as well, but you need to be quick with that one. If Evelyn hits you with that, then you're probably in trouble. So gets the summoner out of the AD carry of Utah. Job done for Maga Warrior. Looking to get back and buy here. Choppy. Made the roam up to help the top laner. So Blaziken gonna feel good about that.
Yeah, just waiting for the riposte to come out here. Blaziken still taking some HP damage here. They don't have teleport up here, and they're super low. They could be dove with all these champions coming up here.
Oh, that's a wild Azen in the... Well, okay, explosive cast. Separates Annie, gets the kill on her. Blaziken down to less than 50% health, and Tibber still pissed the hell off that Annie falls. He's going to fall as well. They drop Shelly in that top side. Uzi walking up. Maga Warrior is here. Remember, there's no pinks in the vicinity, so you can't see the Evelyn for now. Now you're going to see her. Azen goes low. It's going to get executed by Maga Warrior. Back in with unstoppable force. And that's a double kill onto Maga Warrior. Flash the mastery, baby, because that spotlight is on you.
Yeah, you said it was a noob stomper, but we're getting a lot of value out of Mega Warrior. They tried to just pop the support there, but it's a support. All the damage is coming out of all of these other champions here, and some good execution here as well. Well, the man still surviving here as well. Trying to get to that second item there, the Ravenous Hydra. But we have a fully stacked Dark Seal yet again, super early in here. The early game coming to an end, and the gold, it's still fairly even, although the Lobster option has the lead here.
Lobster option fans, channel your inner crustacean and get these guys through this game. They're looking to go and reverse sweep this whole damn thing, but it's a tall task at hand. Utah, even though they're a little bit behind in the gold department, they are still fully capable. Remember in the last game, a 12,000 goal lead for Lobster option wasn't enough to actually seal out the game. You can never count them off, but look across the board right now. That Evelyn, 5 kills to the good, got a hex tech completed as well. That ability to execute on this team is going to be enhanced even further here, Abba.
Yeah, not being able to quite catch out Ubi. Oh, the
Fancy
beat.
feet. Okay, Uzi,
Yeah.
we see you. Beautiful.
And the emote to come out of it. I was wondering if we
He's
would see a
enjoying it.
master raid.
Oh, he might be enjoying it a little bit more. Azen gets pissed the hell off. He flashed that one. Flash forward from Choppy. Uzi sends the Cullen straight to the jaw of Azen and drops him. Blaze Kiss being run down by Low the Man. We've seen this before so many times. The Fiora is unrelentless in that 1v1, but Maga Warrior is here. Maga Warrior looking at pad the stats. Maga Warrior gets a riposte. Maga Warrior goes in again, interrupted.
Yeah.
Good night, Vienna. Low the Man dropped from this adventurous jungler. Maga Warrior, 6th kill of the game.
That is the exact setup they needed to be. Low the Man there, able to get that and unlock the top lane. If they're able to get some of these towers here, that's going to be able to really help them push things out. The Crustaceans coming out stronger into this game 3. The mental is still there, and we're seeing the Magi's here coming out of Maga Warrior, trying to make sure that they can get all of these executes, all of this AP that they can, just make sure they're going down and cold into the ground.
Well, speaking of crustaceans, Shelly, can she be classed as a crustacean? I think so.
I think so. A void crustacean, if you will, you know.
There you go. Crustacean nonetheless. We're very good at our biology here on the caster desk, and she's going to fall. She's going to go very Maga Warrior, trying to accelerate this game beyond. They obviously realize they let this game go too far in the last one. Let's get it over and done with. Let's not let Utah scale. Don't give them the 3 items, because the Sivir still farming pretty good in this game. But my Dolce has been left alone 1v2 this whole time and is up in CS against the Sivir and Karma.
And
that's going to be acknowledgeable.
Yeah, and finish the call. Like, you're super vulnerable as that champion as well. Oh, the Valentine here, the Spell Shield and the Cleanse. The Super Mega Death Rocket not quite getting it all.
Wow. Okay, they know where
Dragon's
Evelyn
coming
is.
up.
No invest because she goes back on it. The cannon explosive cast separates the Lucian, and Maga Warrior is going to be the sole focus. Big shutdown on her. Goes over it. The Grag gets questionable with that. Kiamia under threat now. The rest of the squad trying to bite one back. The Cullen comes out. Timber's going to go on, and Madolce is trying to peel it back as best he can. The Jake's still stuck in the river. Shutdown over the opposing AD carry. Yuzi still wants it. Everfrost is going to eat that from Mason. Still falling up. He's got Timbers. Oh, the chains land over the wall, and Choppy will fall. Uzi goes forward, collects 2. Oh, this relentless pursuit is nice, but Silas cleans that one up. Action in the top lane. Blazikiss and Low the Man feeling left out. They're just going to trade.
Yeah, just trading in the top lane there. Very well played. The Utah getting the edge there as they got 4 kills, and the Crustaceans only getting 3. They don't have enough resources to commit here, though, with the Dragon being, doesn't quite have things set up here, and Maga Warrior is definitely alive here, and could potentially charm you into your death here like a siren.
He's in. Everfrost actually lands through the blue buff on the Maga Warrior. Ultimate goes wide from Madolce falling up. The rockets happening here. Chains go back in. Kingsley going to happen as well, but that's going to get the ultimate of Evelyn. She'll live that. She'll trade over the kill and cut off from the rest is Uzi. Helps out the AD carry. Lobster option. They're still alive in this game.
Yeah, they're still alive and kicking, or I guess swimming in this case, in the river. And we gotta talk about how important this dragon is. It's like a 90% win rate in solo queues. So the slows here from Madolce, if they're able to get this, is gonna be so potent, and Uzi's just gonna be able to kite things out as well with their kit as well, just being able to dash in and out. And Low the Man might not be able to get out of some of these sticky situations. They gotta get there though first, which is super important for them. And they've been able to mitigate some of the damage here, as only 1 tower has fallen on their side, and they've been able to get two sides. The Lobster options macro has only been ascending upward. Hopefully, not onto a kitchen table, but onto the victory screen.
Lobster option. This game is there for the taking. 20 minutes in, they have accumulated a pretty nice gold lead so far in this game. We can't get too far ahead of ourselves. The mistakes have
Yeah.
happened before. Get the job done, and then we'll talk about it. But Malphite, Blaziken in this game, nullifying the Fiora a little bit. Not paying much attention up there from Maga Warrior, which means that push from Fiora going to be stalled out for now. They understand the win condition. Just get there. Third dragon in the
Yeah.
game goes over to them as well. We got 340 on the next one, but Baron is on the map here. And, oh, Maga is looking for Valentine. Let's see if Valentine will actually walk up here. Oh, over goes Maga Warrior!
And the
Lead
spell
the
shield.
team! Get on my back! Gets the TP out of Silas as well.
Oh.
Looking for the Evelyn. Good flash to get out of that one. No combination going to come through from the Gragas, and Maga Warrior secures the 8th kill of the game. 14 stacks on that Mid-Ice.
Yeah, and they don't have the cleanse on a Valentine quite yet. They'll have it for this fight should they be able to walk up in time here. But this Baron is going to be a very big tone setter here. People fighting for the vision, trying to find Maga Warrior here, or just any pick as well. The stun ready coming out of Choppy here to see if they can cut people down with a culling or a super mega death rocket or anything else they can use to make sure these executes are down.
So Blazekiss's job is done in this game. His build is perfect for this one. We're going to see Fifth Business walk straight into the colony. Every single shot, walking away. Cool as you like. Not even close, baby. Going to live through that one. Maga Warrior trades ultimates with AZM, but that's going to be 2 kills. Over to the side of Lobster option. Low, the man still pushing. You know he ignores his whole team just to get those objectives, but can he get it in time? Pings are going down on the Baron. Tibbers being summoned. Teleport going to go out from Malphite to defend that second turret in the top lane. Will it be successful? Because Low, the man, actually just secured it right there.
Yeah, they have plenty of damage for this Baron here, but they're going to have to find a way to get out.
Madolche secures the solo bolo and the opposing AD carry. Oh, baby! Lobster option gives a double kill over the Jinx. Hyper carry online.
Infinity Edge, they're full send into the enemy team, and getting all these kills, and more importantly, all of the Baron buffs are there this time. They didn't overextend. Uzi didn't go too far here, and it's going to be there. The next dragon coming up in a minute and 30 seconds.
Asen actually shuts down the jungler. Blaziken needs to try and get out of there. Fifth Business walking up as well. Doesn't want to leave this one alone. Chains land on the Blaziken as well. Kingslayer comes out and is going to get the combination to drop the top laner. Overextension. They get paid
I guess
for it.
I guess I jinxed it here. They got caught out here. Still plenty of time to try and fight this out for Soul Point here. Uzi trying to see if Fiora is going to be up there, if Low the Man's going to be able to stop their push and try and get this tower as well unlocked for their team, trying to get some value out of this Baron buff here with all these waves being as they are, which is going to be very important to get this mid and bot wave under control for this upcoming dragon.
First tier turret is on the threat now. Lucian's going to abide by that, take down the top one right there, but Madolche, the eggs in the basket, the Jinx Infinity Edge completed as well. No, Madolche, don't go around that corner!
No, the casket! You're gonna be popped and exploded here. I've certainly seen that as an AD carry main, but just walking into darkness there, you gotta be paranoid and play safe. If you get picked here, it's gonna be very dangerous for you and can cost you games.
Okay, now they need to withstand the siege. Teleport actually going to come in from Lucian. They get Maga Warrior, but here comes Lucian. Uzi. Oh, Uzi still. Keep your eyes on the Lucian right now. Calling in by everybody. Oh, Al Capone taking over this game is his favorite weapon. Tibbers going to be the next victim here. Drops that one. Still walking forward. Azem still wants to fight. The fancy footwork. And Uzi steps up to the plate again. Lobster option. Foil the base attempt.
Yeah, Navori Quickblade making sure Uzi can dodge all of this with his fancy footwork here. You would think he would have fleet footwork, but no, he's pressing the attack onto the enemy team, making sure they're getting picked here. And Fifth Business doesn't have the smite as they're not alive right now, and the dragon is being pinged here, putting them onto Soul Point. A lot of objectives coming here. Not as much of a gold lead as we saw into Game 2 here, but a strong command coming out of the Crustaceans.
Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? He's feeling it.
Oh yeah, they're
He's
feeling it
feeling
now,
it.
Mr. Krabs.
Okay, Crustacean Nation, online. Keep it going. You have to make sure you don't give them an inch. Utah still ready and waiting. Let's take your eyes to Low the man right now. 2 items in the inventory right now. He's still farming up like a god. 220 CS, 25-minute game, not bad. 500 in the inventory. Still looking to try and get something against this Malphite, but can he get it? Malphite, Blaziken looks to have nullified the threat of the Fiora in this game.
Yeah, and they did get a delay from Low the Man as they had to buy a Hex Drinker here to stop some of this AP damage here to try and stay alive, which delayed their big power spike with the Ravenous Hydra. They were able to get some objective bounties here, able to push things up here, but they're playing a bit of a dangerous game here as they're on a ward. They might not realize it.
The man, Allure goes down, Hextech Gate interrupted. Fiora, fourth death of the game.
Yeah, split pushing there. If you don't have sweepers, it's a little bit more dangerous. You can get a lot out of Farsight as you're able to get some extra vision further out, but you don't necessarily know if you're standing on a ward there. Hex Drinker, not enough to stop Maga Warrior here, just doing so much damage here. There is some potential outplay here if Azin's going to be able to bait stuff out as they have a stopwatch.
Fifth business on a choppy. Explosive cast gets the Jinx out of range of the support. Gonna die here. Maga looking for the flank. Kamya under threat. Gets to execute on the support. Maybe not the smartest move here. Now revealed no invis available. Fatman gonna get that one. Haze and gets soloed on the bot side by Uzi. 10th kill of the game. Unstoppable Force gonna go in for a Blaziken. Looking for the solo kill. Gonna just be a witness to the Jinx falling there. Fifth business still picking the fight with the rock. With the Granny Shield. With the hard hands. With Dwayne Johnson. He's gonna get put down. There's going to be no rock bottom happening for him. Triple kill goes over a fifth business. Now looking for the Lucian. Grand challenge going to be set down, interrupted with a body slam. Quadra kill for the fat man.
Oh, beautiful TP coming out of for Low the Man trying to rotate here. Uzi had a good idea here trying to set stuff up, get some picks here as well, but in the end, it went towards Utah here, able to pick stuff up. Some of these plays just going a little bit too long for the Crustaceans, getting picked up, and they're not able to accrue the advantage or get as much out of their advantage as they would want. They still have it here at 2,000 gold here, but Madolche has been a key to these team fights, and Uzi has been a key as well. So if these targets end up getting picked, it's going to be very difficult for Maga Warrior as they're a high-focused target. They can only pick out one person here, but Madolche and Uzi can dash around and auto these champions down here. Uzi not having a mythic quite yet either. I was predicting for a potential early Gale Force, but it looks like they're getting a lot of value out of the build they have right now.
He's up in CS. He's having a good time out there. Uzi, very capable on the Lucian. Remember, Bedard was the AD carry for this team. Now rotated to that mid lane, picking up a champion that he's relatively familiar with. Dragon 130 away. You gotta say here, Abba, this game revolves around this Dragon take. Lobster option. They need this.
Yeah, they really need this. As in taking a very important ultimate here, the Unstoppable Force setting up for it. They have a TP so they can go in. Low the Man will not have it, but Uzi will. Although Madolche potentially getting caught out here.
Disconnect. Flanked by Maga Warrior looking to get a jungler. This might be a Baron attempt. Jungler down. Madolche will walk away with a slither of health. That's going to be Silas taking the blast cone. Just a one-way trip. Uzi, 11th kill of the game. Kamya going to have to get the hell out of dodge. The Baron going to be started up by the Lobster option.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do this, although the return is going to be into the mid lane here. We'll have to see if Madolche is going to be able to stall stuff out long enough for the Baron to return here. Valentine potentially getting close.
Oh, flash away from Valentine, going to stay alive. Look at the crit rock is coming in. Zab just misses. They're so low. Hextech gates being speedrun here. Uzi's here to clean up that mess. And that's a double kill over the mid laner Lobster option.
More importantly, 4 targets are down on the side of Utah, and the Dragon is going to be up in a nice 10 seconds. There's a lot of time to try and push through here with the Hextech gates, but Uzi's already knowing this, getting an answer here, trying to make sure Fifth Business can't do this, dashing out of the body slam here, culling them down, and stalling for the Dragon.
Also on the menu, Lobster option, not trying to be on the menu. Soul achieved Baron online. Let's see the power play.
Oh yeah, imagine the amount of slows here. It's very difficult to get away from Uzi at this stage in the game with all the dashes they have, but with the slow coming out of it as well, it's gonna make things a lot harder. All of these big important spells here, all the CC and lockdown is just gonna be easier to land and follow up to as well. And Lull is gonna have a harder time. They're 2 and 5 right now. We saw so much power coming out of them, and they did exactly what I wanted them to, is just make sure that they're down, as they're a huge anchor point for Utah.
Uzi full build right now. No mythic on the Lucian.
The
He's
Exodia
confident.
build.
The Exodia build has been achieved here, Abba. We'll see how much he can get out of this one. They need to try and break open this base. They have to grasp this game. They've got the items. They got the full build Lucian. They got the Jinx, who's doing so much for the team. Ryla is actually bought by Annie as well. The onslaught's going to start right here, right now. The beginning of the reverse sweep has to happen.
Yeah, don't speak too soon. We don't want to jinx it, but there's certainly potential for the Crustaceans to win this, as they have an 8,000 gold lead right now, and they have the towers to support that gold lead as well. They're down 2 overall, but they do have souls here as well, which means these towers are going to be easier to take, as they don't have to pressure for one.
Oh, here it goes. They're just going to brute force it here. They get the Sivir. They get Easy, and he actually hits the stopwatch. But that's just the nearly there. Never Billy's about to fall. Double kill onto Uzi. Relentless. Madolce going forward, looking for more to pad the stats. And Hibber going to go down. We're seeing a 30-second cooldown on the Sivir. Karma not going to be able to defend this. Explosive cast goes out. Utah State. Even gods can bleed as Lobster option pulls back in this series. 2-1.
Oh, hey, everyone's got to lose at least one game here. We talked about the mental here. Imagine winning games 1 and 2, coming back from game 2 when it looks like you're going to lose, and you're like, hey, I think we can take this game 3, and then you end up losing the 3rd game here. So this is a big win for the Crustaceans here. Although they have their work cut out here, as they have to do a reverse pull here. They can't lose one game. They're not allowed to drop one if they want to be able to win this best of 5.
Maga. Maga Warrior. Remember the name. My God. What a performance in the jungle. Through this whole series, Abba. Pulls out the Evelyn and just goes to town.
Yeah,
Goes
it
to
did
town.
so much value. But look at Lucian's damage here. Uzi did 42,000 damage in a 32-minute game. That's a lot. Over 1,000 damage here. Sitting here at almost 19,000 gold as well. The Exodia build doing wonders.
Risen Faithful, you gotta be entertained. We're gonna cut to a small break and we're gonna cut it short, Abba. I know that game was elusive. It was fantastic. There's so many talking points, but we need to gather ourselves for this game 4 right now. It's in the works. The silver scrapes, they're ringing in the lobster ears. Can the Crustaceans make it happen? Right after this, stay tuned. Resident Faithful, welcome back. We are in the picks and bans of game four. Yeah, it's game four. Lobster option. They bite back in this one. They say, we've had enough. We know how we close out the game. They do that in such style. And you can honestly say that even though the roles are reversed in this one, we're going to see Utah on the red side for the first time in the series, and Lobster option going to be blue. That ABBA Lobster option has looked like the team on the ascendancy in this whole series.
Yeah, they've had a very good game three, and they were like, okay, this is the mistakes we made. This is how we need to adjust. These are the threats that we're seeing out of Utah, and they answered it perfectly. And Utah didn't quite snap back. They had some nice pickups there and stopped some of the plays, but in the end, the game went over to the Lobster option. We'll have to see if it was the crustacean red that gave them the powers to close that out, or if they're able to utilize this priority pick here on the blue side. Looks like they're gonna go with the Gragas
Oh,
here.
this gets me excited. This gets me so excited. MAGA Warrior. Remember the name. MAGA Warrior has been carrying this whole squad for the majority of these series. The early game's been phenomenal. The understanding of the jungle has been spectacular for this individual. But how do you answer? Because Gragas can still be flexed. It can still go to the top. It can still go to the mid. They're going to take away the Jinx. I think this is a smart move.
Hmm.
Madolche, phenomenal on this champion. Very immovable champion, right? It's not the greatest of champions to get away from things, but one thing that Jinx is really good for is hyper carrying a lead.
Yeah, she does get quite excited there when she gets a nice kill there. Just ready to gun anyone down, get the kills there as well. But we'll have to see if they're going to go with a support here to pair with it, or if they're going to force out an answer here as well. And
Oh,
Sejuani also
wow.
really good here.
Now, Sujani is that jungler that you pick either because you want to enable low demand here. It pairs up so well with any individual carry. That permafrost only activated on melee champions, by the way. So that's one
Hmm.
thing to take into consideration. So the fact they picked that up here in the first three picks is got to be a little bit scary. Okay, Ezreal going to come
Yep.
in. So they're looking at that scaling bot lane. That's not bad. Ezreal into Jinx isn't that bad a matchup. The one thing for Ezreal, you have to make the combinations work, right? You have to
Hmm.
make sure that a Mystic shot with the Estus Flux is going to be on point every single time. That's the majority of your damage. But that True Shot Barrage, going to be on less than a 35-second cooldown the longer the game goes on. That's going to be something, another global. Will they pivot around that global, though? What they're going to lock in? Karma is a
Oh,
good pick with the
yeah.
Ezreal.
So much poke here that Utah is not going to be able to really farm fairly well on a hyper carry here as the mantra Q. It just does so much damage there. You can really peel people down with the tether as well, and then follow up with all those skill shots coming out here. Madolche certainly landed a lot of these as well, and we know they can do some of these duels on an immobile carry, but with a hyper carry, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it on an Ezreal.
Okay, they have to ban away the Malphite here. I feel like the Fiora didn't really do a whole lot yet. Malphite going to be
Yep.
taken away instantly. Now, Malphite being taken away here, it's not so bad. Utah actually got the Silas in the last game, but didn't make it count. So Lulu going to be taken away. It's a good
Mm-hmm.
takeaway as well. We pair up with the Jinx.
Jinx.
But I want to go back to that top lane. So Malphite taken away opens up other options. The Orange still available. The Scion still available. There's a majority of tanks that you can still take up there and feel relatively safe into the Fiora. Now, if you want to get creative with it, Jax has not been banned away
That's
thus
true.
far.
That's true. Part of me was thinking like the Jax or the Cassante, as we saw some value coming that out of the mid lane. And one of your weaknesses on blue side is that you get counterpicked. But that could give your team a little bit more flexibility and making it a little bit harder to answer here as well. That being said, if they just have to have any game plan that stops down low the man here, and then that they can get some nice scaling on their scaling champions.
Ornn is not terrible here for Lobster option. Let me tell you. I mean, like
Uh,
I said, the Sejani, that melee proc is going to be there as well. You need to try and find an answer to a champion. I mean, screw it. Let's pick Singed. Give me the Singed. I want to see
That I
Singed
could
here.
see. Singed really good. He can cut off waves, which means it's really hard to split push with him, and he's singed, so he can just run away. I like that option a lot more than an Orange who does not like fighting the French lady.
Oh, Tristana. Okay, Lobster option. That's an Uzi Tristana in the mid lane. What will be the answer to that? Tristana right now across solo queue, big win rate in that mid lane because she can take turrets fast. She can explode onto the scene once that level 3 has been achieved as well and gets a huge advantageous
At the
position off of that.
resets.
How do they round off the draft here though, Abba?
They definitely need someone who's just going to be a little bit tankier and can do some of that peeling like they needed. They need something that can answer this Fiora. Fiddlesticks,
It's a Gragas
an
top.
interesting pick.
It's got to be Gragas top now for Team Lobster option.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Maga is just going to be super spooky coming out here, getting an AoE fear here, and some good follow ups here as their composition tries to go through here. And they can be really latched down into that fear there with the Karma or the Casket that's just going to blow them up into it.
Very intriguing combination. I mean, the way that Maga's playing fiddlesticks on that individual is going to be very scary. Wow. Irelia, full AD damage coming out from Utah. There's no traditional tank on the side of Team Lobster option, so it's not a factor in this game. But they're basically saying we're picking the solo carries. We want to win lane, win game here.
Yep, win lane, win game. It's a strategy as old as time here. We'll have to see if that's going to let them end this game here and you possibly go into a game 5 here. Don't want to get too optimistic, but there's always time to win.
Well, the benefit the Team Lobster option have here is they have that karma. That
Hmm.
huge defiant shield that goes with the empowered mantra is so strong. But again, there's a Sejani on the other side. Who's going to cut through that Sejani? The DPS needs to come from somewhere. Gragas, very explosive in that 1v1, even in the 2v1. With the AP that Gragas gets here, it's probably not enough. But Ezreal is a factor. We've all seen what Ezreal can do when ahead. This champion is just unstoppable. But that AoE Crowstorm is going to prove to be the biggest factor in this game. Can Manga land it on multiple people? Because if he does, this Jinx is gone, this Nami is gone, and the Aurelia is probably going to struggle in that, which leaves you the Sejani and the Fiora. And we know Lo the man, he doesn't want a team fight. He just wants to consistently push in that top lane, but Gragas is going to be very hard to cut down up there.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up going to fruition here. Uzi's going to have a harder time in the mid lane here as well. I really is just going to hit that power spike a little bit sooner. Blade of the Rune King, very devastating item on there. The level 2, very devastating here as well. They'll have to be able to get the buffer onto that rocket jump if they want to be able to stay safe and not die.
Well, again, how good is your Aurelia? How
Hmm.
good is the Aurelia? This champion, we've all seen this champion in solo queue. When a Smurf gets on this champion, you just want to FF at 15. It's impossible to play against. But how good is the resets? How good is the time into the Blade Surge? Can you get it to a point in that mid lane, which is where we're probably going to see this Aurelia because Fiora will opt to go to that top lane once the long extended trades against the Gragas to build up that pressure. And Lo, the man, has been carrying this team forward and over again. Can he do it again? In the last game, he was nullified by the Malphite, and Blaziken now is feeling, you know what? He's not as good as I thought he was. He's going to pull out the Gragas up there, but that's a dangerous game, friendo. Lo, the man looked like the best top laner across Dominate this whole season.
Yeah, he's been a very potent top laner, has been a key piece to the victories that we've been seeing out of Utah. The split pushes, if go unanswered, have resulted in some devastating macro plays that have been very hard to bounce back from. Even in their losing matchup, they got a lot of value out there. It was the sole reason why they were up towers for quite a while.
Well, the one thing I do want to make reference to again that Sejani's permafrost is only
Hmm.
activated by melee champions. Fiora Aurelia want to enhance that. So this Sejani has got the pick of the litter here. She can go to the top lane, the mid lane, and that should be understandable from Team Lobster option here that Sejani is going to play around that top side of the map, which gives you every right to try and get something on the bottom. But Ezreal Karma, very safe lane into the Jinx and the Nami. It's going to be an interesting matchup, but I'm going to get a prediction from you, Abba, because this might be it. This might be the last game that we see these two colossal organizations take to the Rift in. I want to get a prediction. Who's going to take this one? In fact, forget that. Are we going to a game 5?
I think there's an option for a game 5 here. I honestly do. I know how this bot lane matchup goes. It's super potent here with Madolche here. The mid lane might be a little bit tricky for the Crustaceans, but top lane could certainly go well. And we've seen how well Mog has been able to do in the jungle here. And the jungle is so volatile to these matchups that this could lead to a game five.
Game 5 on the horizon. Risen Faithful, we'll see you after this break for Game 4 of this colossal series. Utah looking to cement their place in the next round in the semi-finals, or is the Crustaceans gonna bounce back once again? Stay tuned. See you right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for this explosive series. Game 4 for possible 5 2-1 is the lead for Utah State in this game. The stakes have never been higher. Lobster option fighting for their lives, Abba. They put up a fight in both games, and now they're on the winning side. So does that start to change the momentum in the series?
Yeah, there was a lot of trash talk going on beforehand, but it was dead silent in the client now. So I think this is going to be a nice edge that they need for the lobster option.
Well, I believe we got a little bit of a delay there,
Yeah,
unless
a
it was
little
just
buffer.
me. But Azen will walk away from that one. Ebb and flow coming out from Kiamia and take that bomb playing down and walk away. So a little bit of exchange in that very early on. And it looks like that gold lead is going to be slight in favor of Lobster option. Remember, Lobster option on the blue side this game, and Utah opting for the red side. So we'll see if that changes things up. Of course, Fiddlestick's going to be on Maga Warrior. Pulled out the Evelyn last game. Now opts for the solo queue special in the Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, some good setup, some good clear here as well. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to clear a little bit faster than fifth business, or fifth business is going to just go for a quadrant clear into a potential gank setup, as they do have some nice melees to go into this and get a nice gank off there. Some poke already happening in the bot lane. It's doing exactly what you need to see here to get these set up.
Yeah, you want to see constant trading. Madolce and Choppy have that poke synergy down there, but of course with Kiamya, you can poke a little bit back, cost you a little bit more mana on the Nami, but gonna be very enticing to try and stack up those spell thieves as quick as you can for both of these enchanter supports. So we'll see how that kind of transitions down there. Fiddlesticks actually opting from, I believe it was from the chickens down to red, now down to the Krogs there. So Bountiful Harvest going to be available for him. Level 3 on Maga Warrior. Keep your eyes on that one. Sejani opting for the same mirrored start here as well, Abba. And Sejani's focus looks like it's directing down to that bot lane. You see the low, the man trading with
Ooh.
Blaze's Kiss, but this Gragas offers a little bit more resistance.
Yeah, they weren't able to get that vital proc there as well. Just being able to dash stuff up, phase rush doing wonders here to really set up some of these fights here, which makes Lothman's job a little bit more difficult.
Oh, gets stunned up there, but good rocket jump from Uzi. He's going to get stunned up by the permafrost as well. Ionian Fervor going to be fully stacked. Fifth business takes a lot of damage from that turret. And Tristana be able to
Yep.
get that back off. Now, very interesting summoner choice from the Tristana. Usually it's the Ignite for the 1v1 potential. She opts for that teleport.
Yeah, it's still pretty difficult to fight as in there, and that teleport is just going to help them set up for some of these team fights should they need it as well. They have a dive here.
Oh,
Oh, the
Azen
flash, the
tanks
bomb.
two. Defiant dance over.
Oh,
Oh, Azen! Styles it out, baits it out from Muzi. Solo Bolo in the mid lane. We're going to see that focus resolve go on today. They carry. Now Madolce gets one back instantly. It's following the same suit here.
yeah, an eye for an eye, a kill for a kill here, and Medolce certainly knows how to use a lead here. A lot of peels the fields into the bot lane here, but in the end, the crustaceans got a nice lead into the bot lane, although the gold is still being favored by them despite not getting first blood.
Absolutely love it. That play from the Aurelia to bait it out, and maybe it wasn't meant. It doesn't even matter. Load the man in trouble here. They're going to get back in. Silence not going to land because the repulse comes out, but no ghost available for Load the man. Now he's running in the Alcove game, and Blazikus gets that one over the big carry in that top lane. He's ain't going to be forced behind his turret, but they get Load the man 4.5 into the game.
Yeah. That's such a game changer, right? Because Lola Man was getting so many leads into the top lane with the farm, and that's not the case right now. We saw a TP being forced out here, and Blazekit's probably going to have to do one. Yeah, another one here as well. And they're going to be a little bit weaker with the tier, but Uzi getting a little bit caught out here at the rocket jump, making sure they stay safe there. They really need that farm to close out that call.
All right, good start from the Lobster option. Let's see if they can continue with this. Load man going to push that in. Had to use the teleport to get back to lane, same as the opposing top laner there. And pings are going down south side of the river. Fifth business on that ward clearing duty going to be so important in this game, because keeping track of that Sejani going to be also important for these engages. And I want to say on the return factor of that, Fiddlesticks and Fog of War is such a scary thing here, Abba.
Yeah, be afraid of the fiddlesticks for sure. Not just baked into his abilities, but the pressure from not being able to see him means he could just be around any corner and just jump out and scare you like a movie. We'll have to see if Utah is going to be able to get this first dragon here. They've been able to consistently do it, but with the way these waves are being stacked and everyone's hovering, they might not be able to get it.
Okay, low the man, still going to push that in relentlessly. Maga Warrior waiting in the wings here. Ping's going down onto the Karma. I believe there's a flash out Choppy. We're going to see action in the mid lane instead. He's in trouble. Explosive Cast. Explosive Cast, no, that belongs to Gragas. Explosive Charge going to happen there. They're going to turn it back around, and Choppy manages to get one back, even using the flash that early on. And they
Yeah,
carry. Madochi will walk that one away.
yeah, supportal combat there with Choppy and Kayama there getting a nice kill there, forcing out some key summoners, notably Flash, which is very important for them to be able to stay safe or set up some plays for their AD carries as well here. So a good, solid lead coming out with over 1,000 gold here coming out of the Crustaceans. This is certainly looking good for them this early on.
Well, Fiddle Stakes has understood the assignment. Low the man. Just over 30% health on the Fiora, but Fiddlesticks will just drop that passive of the ward. Make sure that if Sejani is to come up there, it's going to scare away the crow. I feel like Fiora knew that he was up there as well, so we'll abide by that, chase it off, and get that ward down as well. So still going to be in the cover of Fog of War. Sejani tracking the jungle going to be also important in this one. Madochi and Choppy will absorb some of this damage that comes through from Fallenstein and Kiamya, but they're going to bounce this wave back. That is no doubt in my mind. But they get the Chompers down. Choppy walking forward. You can see how hard that Karma is to actually get down there. Explosive cast. Riposte goes out. Perfectly timed to negate the body slam as well. Flash comes out from Blaziken. Gets rooted up by the Permafrost. Low the man looking to try and secure this one. Drunken Rage not going to help out Blaziken in this one. Double body slam. Low the man lunges and secures a kill up there in the top lane in a trade. And that mid lane now, Defiant Dance going to come out from his end. Not going to negate any of the damage that comes out of the Tristana now. It's going to be followed up by Maga Warrior, and they'll fend them off in the bot lane as well. Action across Summoner's Rift.
Fights coming across all over the map here. You can't cast everything at once, as you can only zoom out so far and notice everything. Some nice setups here under the top lane. Although Blaziken now does have a nice item here with the Warden's Mail, is going to be able to stop the man from doing some of these plays here as well. And the mid prio here, pretty easy to get here with Uzi, as every minion you take has a little bit of splash damage around it. They explode here with Tristana here. Looks like some more setup here for the dragon. Super
great
important.
bubble from Kiamya. Madochi gets out of that one. Choppy going to get the focus resolved down. Maga Warrior is here. Ignite already dropped onto the supporter. Utah. Silence goes down. Not going to get out of that one. Maga Warrior flashes a mastery. Secures a kill onto the support.
Yeah, the rotation there being just enough here. Madolche is really low in mana. They need to get this wave shoved under, get some HP back onto these champions and the mana here as well. It looks like Maga is going to be the ultimate person to try and get this shoved up. No dragon here at 8 minutes. They've been dropping like flies in these earlier games, but this isn't the case here. Some more discipline coming out of both teams here, just making sure that they stay safe and not get picked. Super even in the kill score here, and the farm is not as big of gaps as we were seeing in some of these other games here. A lot more constricted play here, trying to play safe and really make this game 4 into a nail biter.
Well, 1700 is that gold lead on the side of the Lobster option. They're on the blue side this game, and they'll see if they can transition that into the win. They did successfully in that last game, of course, and that dragon is going to be readily available for the taking. But look how many wards are down there. Nami actually making the roam up to try and clear out some of that vision. Is in still going to be up against the Tristana. She's up in the CS department here as well, Abba, and it's looking pretty good for the Tristana this early on in the game. And this is a great adaptation from the Gragas. Warden's Mail picked up, so even with the phase rush, Blaziken's looking to be the forefront of this team.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this gank comes up into fruition to the top side. Although Dragon's up and so is Rift Herald, so this might be a 1-for-1 objective trade here. Have to see how these enemy playing stuff. Oh, the casters!
Because Solo's low, the man in the top side.
Uno reverse card coming into play here. We had the Yu-Gi-Oh! Now we have the Uno here coming up, getting some nice lead here.
Oh my god. This game is just offering so much right now. Rocket jump over the wall from Uzi. Looking to cut off Kiamia. Gets the speed up from the Defiance. Drops one explosive charge down onto Kiamia. Will be forced behind the turret. And finally, Abba, that dragon is going to be started up by the Lobster option.
Ocean gonna help keep all of these champions that want to poke have their mana, but Blazik is here getting caught out here again. The combination nation that you're talking about, the vitals are getting procced here, and it
Can he
looks
get
like
out? He gets out.
oh,
He gets out. Blazikus withstands that one. Teleport actually going to come in from Uzi to hold this wave, but Aurelia made the roam here, and that back is going to be completed. Sejani looking to tank the turret. Good flash from
the
the Tristana.
flash!
Actually get through. That's the Buster shot. Knock him back. That goes the ultimate. Vanguard's edge going through as well. Very hard to lock down. Trades over again in Fiddlesticks. Actually going to kill one of the Nami. Blazikus made the roam back up. Actually, the teleport going to complete it. Azen has to get the hell out of there. That dive didn't go the way that Utah thought.
And the True Shot Barrage also stuck, making things a little bit more difficult. Hitting the wave, hitting some champions here as well. And more importantly, Fifth Business died. And that means they couldn't use the Eye of the Reptile there to try and get some pressure into the top side and unlock Luldaman, the beast that's been able to secure Utah so many games into this set.
Lobster option have the answer to Low the Man thus far in the game. They had it last game as well in the form of the Malphite, but the Gragas going to be rotated up there. Maybe a little bit interesting to see that actually flex. Maybe they thought that was going to go to the jungle. Low the Man under pressure again. Drunken Rage going to be activated as well from Blaze because he may be looking for this. Explosive gas going to be dived away from. Slowed down with the barrel. Looking for the body slam. Low the Man, his report's going to be available. It is. It denies it for now, and he'll root up Blazikus. Low the Man going to walk that one out. That top lane matchup goes close once again.
Fancy footwork indeed. Being able to not hit that casket there, unfortunately, means they're going to be able to live. And the riposte also coming in clutch to stop that as well. Though there's going to be some return pressure into the mid lane here. We're seeing this business.
Baby Blazikus gets the solo. And Low the Man pings the Gragas flash. That doesn't matter. He drops him third time in the game. Azen tanks the third shot and walks back to that mid lane wave. Fifth Business waiting. Glacial Prison doesn't land. Rocket jump is good. Maga Warrior is here. Can they save the Tristana? Blade search forward. Cross Storm! Maga just depleting the health bars. Bountiful harvest. True Shot Barrage goes wayward. And that'll be a double kill for the jungler at Lobster option.
Yeah, they ended up just getting a little bit sucked there into the enemy jungle. And they went too far, and all those key ultimates ended up missing here. Fifth Business missed the Glacial Prison. It's like Uzi knew they were going to be standing the Raptors there. There was no ward there. They ended up just predicting it for the dive, and them staying alive there really, really set up Mega Warrior here, and they're going to be able to take this game here as they've had this stopwatch for a while. So some of these fights, if they're getting low with their ultimate, they're just going to be able to stay alive and do the peel that they need for these carries.
These fine margins are so emphasized in this game right now. Lobster option extending the gold lead. 3,500. Chompers go down on my Dolce. Gets Arcane Shift in time. Will be nice and safe there. Uzi will walk away from the Sejani there. Going to drop the Herald. Try and get more gold in the pocket. Is in on this Aurelia pick. This soul carry potentially. And Tristana should be able to get this one out. Actually gets locked up by the stun there. Vanguard's edge goes out. Going to get the reset from Blade Surge as well. Is in tanking an eternity. The hop, skip, and a jump. And Tristana just survives. Uzi, relentless, doesn't want to fall. Backed up by the jungler. Fifth kill of the game for Maga Warrior.
Yeah, most people here playing League of Legends, but Uzi here playing Leapfrog here in the mid, jumping over everyone, getting these kills, as it's not safe to dive. Uzi here, it's failed time and time again. When will Utah learn?
Well, the man out of mana. Looks like we get a launch to safety. Kiamia taking the fight to Choppy. Tidal Wave comes out. Not going to hit my Dolce. Has enough for the Arcane Shift to safety. Ezreal and Karma absorbing a lot of pressure in that bot side, but the story is in the jungle right now. Maga Warrior. Once again, how many times are we going to reference this man in this series? He's never looked like he's been behind at all.
Now, speaking of behind here, Fifth Business here really needs to go back to college here. He's down 2,000 gold, 2,500. That's almost an entire item here. Not learning the art of the deal.
Lo the man wants to take that fight against the phase runs Gragas. Okay. We'll trade over again. Gets the grass proc as well. Fifth business is here. I wonder if he's seen that interaction with the Sejani. I don't think he did. He's still walking up. Sejani getting the wraparound here, but it's just to make sure that Lo the man can clear this wave and get the back off.
Yeah, just supervising here. Maybe getting a Heartsteel proc here. Blazer gets also a little bit dangerously low on mana here, but we saw what a soul did here. We'll have to see if the second dragon is going to be coming down anytime soon with the way the mid and bot waves have been crashing here. No tower. No, actually, sorry, my bad. A tower has fallen here. The crustaceans were able to get a tower here, which is quite nice there. They were able to get that mid lane tower.
Well,
And it looks like this dragon.
They're looking for that dragon now. They got 4 strong right there. Mega Death Rocket went very
Oh,
close from Valentine. Actually falls a little bit short. Unfortunate for the AD carry. Went close, looking to clear out the wave. Blazekis taking the fight to fade business. We've heard the wet noodle fights, and that's definitely one of them. He knows that Fiora doesn't have the mana to take that fight, so Gragas very strong in this game thus far. Warden's Mail, Bami Cinder, another Chain Vest, and plus the mana on the tier as well. Gragas is in
though
such a good position in this
he
game.
he is in a good position, but those are a lot of components. Lothman does have a Divine Sunderer here, which is going to help them, and is a big power spike. Although, oh my goodness, we have to be afraid of Maga here.
That was a jinx. That was a kill. Fiddlesticks again. 8-kill participation in this game. Now they're looking to break open that turret. Kamya needs to get out of there, and that's going to be the turret going over to the Lobster option. Relentless in their pursuit of just securing this game. Trying to make it go to a game 5, and they're halfway there now, Abba.
Yeah, this Mana Immune is going to become a Mana Murra very soon. Only 18 stacks away from that happening, and you get that very easy. As in here, oh, getting dangerously low. And finally, we're getting a nice objective here from Lo the Man on the top side here. Finally getting unlocked, and this second Rift Herald going into the mid lane again. This will be a death sentence for that, but will they get out?
It's very clean, actually. Selb is in tanking forever. Shelly saves the life of Aurelia. They make it happen. Calculated cost. Utah pick off the mid laner.
Yeah, a very important person. Uzi has been able to get a lot of value here, although there's a nice fight here coming onto the top side. Will Maga be able to survive here as they're stuck here? The Vital is being procced here.
I don't think Lonely Man has enough damage. Bountiful Harvest is so strong on Maga right now. Zonya, San Leandri's complete. Gonna see Madolce joining here. Can he hit the blast code? Kamya doesn't even use it. Crowstorm comes out to interrupt Lo the Man. He's still burning. Madolce gets the last hit on that one. Fifth business gonna land here as well. Vanguard's edge goes out. How many resets? And the Blaze Surge can happen here. Aurelia gets the shutdown. Ezreal still free firing. Oh, baby, it's the Madolce show. And we got the premium tickets here. Lobster option running amok in the blue side of the jungle.
Oh my goodness, you're sitting here like a rap god. So much coming out here. An exciting matchup. Baron's not going to be up for another minute. There's no Rift Herald at the top side, so just getting these waves under control, getting this mid tower here unlocked, been very crucial in a lot of these games here as well. And Valentine getting an important bot lane tower here as well, amongst all this happening here. Being able to solo farm here as well. Having a nice CS lead here of 9. Not enough here as Madolce's kills KDA is kind of unfound here, being a nice 404.
What if, Abba, Lobster option meant this to happen? They want to go to a game 5. They have to give over 2 games.
Yeah.
Maybe they're playing with their foot here.
You
Maybe.
asked me, are we going to see a game 5, Abba? And I said yes, and it looks like I'm going to be right here. Which means it's just going to be more exciting gameplay. Of course, it's not over till the Fat Lady sings here. We've got a lot of towers down, 7 in total here. But this third Drake here coming up in a minute and 30 seconds. And more importantly, Baron in this next 10 seconds or so.
Well, it's not over till the Fat Lady sings, but what about the fat man singing in that top lane? I can tell you that Blazekis is singing the praises of his team right now. They answered the problem that was Lo the Man, and they seem to have got a hold on things for now, but this game can swing so quickly. Choppy looks to be under threat right now. Kamya doesn't land the bubble. Madolchi backing up the support here, as he's done all game long. 20 minutes into the game, we do see that goalie 5,000, just less than that, about 4,800 in favor of the Lobster option. That Dragon 50 seconds away, Baron on the map right now. You feel like this next fight is going to be so pivotal for whatever team gets it. Choppy under threat from the Sejani, gets the Glacial Prison out. That's a big cooldown ultimate off the game with 35 seconds on this next Dragon.
Mega's taking a recall, though. It's going to be a while before they're going to be able to walk up here, and they don't have the pressure for the vision that they need to go in. They might have to give this up or try and go over the wall here, which will be difficult for them.
Kiamia
Oh.
eats that empowered mantra soul flare from the Karma. 75% health, but this is Nami. She's going to be fine. She's got that fruit in the river. They're making pings on the Tristana now. That teleport's going to come in. That's going to be the Fiora joining the fray here. Who's going to get tagged up by the Zap? He's going to be collapsed on. Hits the stopwatch to stay alive for now. Valentine goes down to about 20% health. Stay alive for now. True Shot Barrage actually picks off the Jinx there, but they're turning their attention to Choppy. They pick off the bot lane synergy. That's Choppy off the charts. I say bot lane synergy. That's just the Tristana mid. Madolce peeling the back. Fit business. Looking to secure the kill. The Ezreal still relentless. Gets the miss the shot off. That's only Kiamia. The Nami. No damage. Arcane shift to style points here. Blazikiss joining the fray. Bottom the top lane is going to be down here. Bountiful Harvest going to go down. Heal up the Fiddlesticks for now. That's the Vanguard's edge. Looking for the resets on the Ionian Fervor. It might not be enough.
Gold!
Because Lobster option. Hold on low. The man, the next focus. Blazikiss. Oh, he gets the heal out there. The tears go out. Body slam goes wayward. The mastery goes up, but followed by the flash. Blazikiss is pissed off. He wants to kill him. Looks like he won. Look, the man, the BM is insane. What a fight, but Lobster option come out on top.
It's not about winning, it's about sending a message here. And you asked me, game 2, like, they had a big gold lead here, and I said the rule 1 of League is never chase singed, and rule 2, there's always time to throw here, and it looks like Utah is taking a lesson from game 2, and they might be saying, hey, we wanna get some content here for a nice game 5 here, as they're on sole point here with the Crustaceans. Very big, and Fifth Business hasn't been able to land up some of these important skill shots.
Take a breath. Soul point achieved for the Lobster option. They will just not go away. They want to take this to a game 5. It's about 4,500 gold lead, 4,300 in favor of the Lobster option now. The gold lead means nothing. We know that now, Abba. We say it anyway to inform the viewers, but it means absolutely nothing. The skill ceiling is so high in this matchup that it's just incredible to bear witness to. But let's take a look across the board at the itemization right now. Heartsteel completed for the Sejani, but on the side of Lobster options, Zonya's about to be up, and Leandri's completed for the Fiddlesticks. He's looking at one shot with that Cruel Storm.
Yeah, several people have crossed the 10,000 gold mark here. Super important here. Azen has crossed it, but Maga Warrior and Uzi have also crossed it, and Madolche is also getting super close to this change as well, which is going to lead into a potential Baron fight here with how some of these top and mid lane matches are going here. We'll have to see if Uzi's going to be able to stop Azen's push here, or if they're going to end up get picked out here, as Azen and Fifth Business have been kind of glued at the hip here, trying to get them under control.
Uzi gonna get that one out. Flawless duet. Not gonna land from Mazen. Worthy attempt. Blade Surge goes back in. Gets the reset off the minion here as well. But will take a significant amount of damage from the Tristana. And Azen is now in trouble here potentially. No, he's gonna walk that one out. Fiddlesticks thinks twice about committing on to the Aurelia. Remember, Aurelia, 7 kills in this game. It's gonna be a teleport actually activated up there. So Aurelia is gonna teleport out, join up with the rest of the team. They're making the commitment. They need that Baron to stall this game.
It's not just the Baron to stall out. It's the objective bounty,
what a
the
play
gold that comes with it.
What a play that is from Utah State. My God, they get the Baron so clean.
Yeah, both of these teams really know how to play from behind, and we're seeing it throughout this series that, hey, don't knock them out even if they're behind. They know how to play this out, how to calculate these risks, and take advantageous plays here. Punish the enemy even though they're behind.
We've seen this before. And Maga might be found out. He gets the silence. Yeah, he'll be out there with the blast cone. Blazikiss hovering around his jungler, still deathless in this game. But we've seen Utah pick up this Baron before, and they know how to end the game. So let's see how this push goes. That 1-3-1 fully online for them.
Fully online indeed, and it's going to be more difficult to answer with that Baron buff, as you mentioned before here. But we'll have to see if the Crustaceans are going to be able to crush out their competition here with some of these weak sides. You are able to get a numbers advantage somewhere into a 1-3-1, and if you can get a counter push here, that is a bit of a death sentence. Harder to do, of course, with a
They're
Baron
committing.
buff.
They're committing for low. The man, the one man that reaps them all. He gives the tip of the hat. Says, no problem, dudes. Have a look at that mastery. It's pretty good, huh? Fifth business looking to get something on the bot side as well. If they could get the Fiora, they'll stall the 1-3-1 for now. Choppy has to use a flash to get out there. He's then gets the Blade Surge back on to reset the minion and the safety of two members of the team. Blaziken misses a body slam. Below the man, still relentless in the pursuit of the Gragas here. Trying to get the heal up. Doesn't actually get that mark. Looks like they'll stall the push out for now. As Utah look to reset, potentially. We've got 1 minute on this dragon here, Abba.
Yep, it looks like a 1-4 here, which makes a little bit of sense with how low is playing here. But we'll have to see if this second setup here into low is going to be enough here.
He already used that lunge. The riposte, he's burning Uzi. He's built different in this one. Claims the fifth kill of the game for himself.
Yeah, a lot of resources committed to this top side. Of course, catching out low, a very important target here. But they were able to get a return here, a snapback from Utah, getting that tower into the mid lane. And more importantly, the push. It's going to be very dangerous for the Crustaceans to get this fourth dragon that they really want for Soul here. They might just have to give it up here.
Look at fifth business's positioning here. This was the position that he had on the Gragas to turn game 2 around. That was a flash. Was it, or was it the fiddlesticks? I don't know. It looks like it was the fiddlesticks ward, so no threat right there. He's then going to get spoiled out by Blaziken. This dragon 5 seconds away. Hiraba, this is a fight that probably decides this game.
Yeah, could be a game changer for sure. Able to get some vision here. Play things out nice and slow. The pullout, it looks like they're not risking it as they do have Baron buff here, and you don't necessarily want to be team fighting with a Baron buff here as well, although it just tapered off.
Okay, he's then gets to stun up onto the Gragas there. It's a steal from Maga Warrior. Hits the stasis. Might pay with it with his life, but they get the Aurelia. Explosive charge interrupts fifth business. Arctic assault to safety. Valentine, Tristana goes forward. This is a very cannibal angle. Oh, it's Megadeth Rocket misses. Blazing Cuts goes forward. Madoche backs him up. Fifth business has to hightail it. Kamya taking infinite damage. Looking for the double kill. Blazing Kids, but look at low the man trying to break open the base here. It's so calculated, but Soul Point goes over to the Lobster option.
It's not even Soul Point, it's the Soul here. A good snapback from Low the Man, trying to get some of that base cracked open, making sure they're vulnerable, but the steal out of Maga. So potent here. Certainly looking like an MVP here for this set, if not the game here, because of how much they've been able to get out of here. Some extra shielding here just means they're going to be able to play stuff out a little bit slower, some pokes, and of more importantly, it's just more HP to play with some of these fights here, and just stay alive.
His first death of the game is committing to getting Mountain Soul. Maga Warrior! He's a warrior, and they're coming out to play here today. Fiddlesticks. Relentless. Rabadon's completed for him as well. What a steal! And now this game gets even more interesting. Just over a minute on that next Baron, and who's going to get it? That Mountain Soul going to be really hard to get through on the side of Utah.
Are we going to see an Elder, or do we think Baron is going to be able to end this if the Crustaceans are able to get it here? Some big deaths coming out here as well. The 1-3-1 coming out this time rather than a 1-4 here. Will Maga catch anyone out here? It looks like that's a no. That's an important ultimate here.
Less than a minute on that Crow Storm now, which will just be after Baron spawns. So calculated from Maga Warrior, trying to get Valentine, knows that both of the summoners are down on this AD carry. And my god, this game is on a nice edge here, man.
At 2000, 2000. If you look at the scoreboard, it does not look like it's this close here. Well, 3000. Sorry, I misspoke. Math has always been a challenge.
Quick math on the desk. That's what we
Quick
do.
math. It's
Quick
harder to
math.
do. Ah. You know, it's really good when you're off cam, but the moment you put a camera in front of someone, they do the big dumb. Oh,
Big dumb. Big dumb. I love that. Love that. Big dumb. We'll see if that big dumb can continue in this game. The goal lead does mean a whole lot in this game. 3 items on the Aurelia, 3 items on the Fiora, 3 items. I mean, look at across the board. Everybody is cashing in on this one, regardless of the kill lead. Right now, for Lobster option, they've held on to that gold lead. They might be looking for a pick here. Fifth business. Gonna walk up, gets the Arctic Assault, and Dolce will peel back now. The explosive cast is enough to displace the fight for now, and that's going to be a fight on the backside as well. I believe that's Low the Man taking on the Fiddlesticks here, and Gragas going to fend them off. Low the Man will run away with less than 50% of health. AZN looking for the resets. Blaze Search actually gets the flawless duet. It doesn't matter. Maga Warrior made the call. Let's take the Baron, but Low the Man, at the very least, is going to take that inhibitor. The Fiora still looking to push this, get the objectives. Over goes the Sejani. Is it still there? No, it's not. Secured by the Ezreal. Picks off the Sejani. The wave coming in for Low the Man, but the backs are going to come in, withstand the onslaught, and Lobster option move one step closer to evening up the series. Low the Man now tries to get out of here. Focused by Blazikus, actually gets the tag on the turret there, gets the lunge away. True Shot Barrage goes wide, riposte lands, stuns up the Gragas for now, and he'll get out. But 4 strong in the mid lane. They're looking to break open that base.
yeah, Lobsters together strong here. Able to get some extra Baron buffs push out here. Of course, it did come at a cost because of Low the Man's play here, but it might not be enough. They're able to push stuff up. And if the game doesn't end here, Elder Dragon, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Super potent for both teams here. Maga Warrior hovering over to see who's going to go.
Maga Warrior gets on the Low the Man, gets him burning. He's still burning, by the way. Fiora managed to get it out. Fifth business going to be the forefront of this assault. Mega Rocket lands on that, gets a crit rocket on the top of that. And gets a reset, deletes the karma, but that's not the focus in this fight. Rocket jump, Uzi making it happen. Oh, baby, Lobster option. They might not be able to end the game. Over commitment from Uzi. Low the Man gets the riposte out. Stuns up the Gragas. Madolce going to be the forefront of this focus. Gets away. Dash to safety from Low the Man. They still got the Baron. The nearest ally is 20 seconds away. Can they end here, Abba?
It'll be difficult, but there's a certain chance for it to happen, as it's a nice 20 seconds for a lot of people to come here. Although Low the Man certainly can duel people out a little bit, but look at the damage here.
Oh,
Madolce can land his W on turrets.
One Nexus turret down. Valentine about to come up. They can't end the game. So, Lobster option, peel back. They get one Nexus turret. They got the push in the top lane. Those supers going to be equalized in that mid lane as well.
But here's the thing here. There's some deep pushes here, and Uzi could just possibly teleport in here, take the tower, and end the game there if they're not going to respect it. There's a backdoor potential here in this game.
Lobster option fans, channel your inner Expecki. But this is going to be the Elder that might be started up here. A lot of damage coming out from Tristana. Takes fifth business down to less than half health. They'll get the crab. This doesn't mean a whole lot at this point, but the speed boost might be enough. They're going to pull out that dragon, potentially start it up here. Try and provoke Lobster option to come in to contest this.
Oh, with the bastard, that means they're going to be at a numbers disadvantage.
I can't even look.
Yeah, cover your eyes here. It makes your job a little bit harder as a play-by-play, but it's on a knife's edge here, like you've been saying.
14, Maga Warrior kills AD carry. The opposing synergy is going to be dropped here as well. Fiora got the push in the mid lane. No Baron available now, so that's going to get interesting here. Can they delay the backs? Elder going to be secured first and foremost by Lobster option. Fiora on the Nexus turrets. The super minions breaking the base. Azen going to get the 1v1 against Uzi. It's going to be spell shield right there. Elder's going to come into fruition. Low the Man going to be pushed off with that one. And they'll withstand it again. Lobster option will not let go of this game.
No, they've got it in their crustacean clause here, saying, we want this game. We're going to match you into game 5 here with an instant snapback. Of course, the Man does have a potential to try and push things out here as they're both down to one Nexus turret. It is so,
Oh,
so dangerously close.
they're looking to tank this. Look at this, fifth business and low the man just looking to tank the turret, take it and end the game. We got a base race on our hands. Blaziken knocks the Nami out. It might not be enough. They're on to the Nexus. It's faster than Utah. Lobster option, even up the series.
Holy moly! What an exciting game here with us! A base race of all the ways to end game 4, pushing things into a 5th game here. So many things coming out of Mega Warrior here. You only have 3 bans at the beginning. Who do you ban here? As Mega Warrior's been able to split and pick people off here. Clearly the stronger jungler out of between these two teams here.
Unbelievable. What scenes from the Crustacean Nation. They took so much heat in that pre-game lobby. They brought out the Evelyn. They brought out the Fiddlesticks. They're making Utah think twice. We're going to game 5. We're going to break because we flipping deserve one. We'll see you right after this for game 5 of this quarterfinals. We don't have to wait very long to get into this. Oh, wow. Yumi is going to be locked in from Team Lobster Option. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this last and final game of the best of five. 2-2 is the score. Utah taking those first two games convincingly. Well, second one, a little bit questionable. 12,000 gold lead. They bounce back. But Team Lobster Option, ABBA, they seem to have an answer for Low the man right now.
Yeah, they do seem to have a pretty good answer here, and they banned the Gragas, so they definitely respect it and understand how much this is coming in to answer things here for them. And it looks like the Lobster option here is learning from our
Oh.
fellow weeaboos with the friendship stacks here. The Seraphine Sona lane, so much value here out of it. A lot of AP. This does mean they're going to need some AD damage to follow up with it.
Seraphine Sona for game five. Jinx Yumi gonna be locked in. Jinx so good. Oh, the Lilia was left up. Okay, instantly answered by the J4. Okay, they're ready for this one, Abba.
Yeah, they're ready for this one. Indeed. It'll be an exciting game. Whoever wins this will certainly have deserved it. Utah, it looks like they might not have a perfect record at this point. Of course, they've dropped some games, but they might not have a perfect series set going this far into the series.
Well, it doesn't matter about the regular season now. If you can't keep that winning contention going, the Lobster option are going to abide by that. We see the next phase of the balance. We'll dial it back just a little bit. Sadly, it's going to be taken away. And of course, Jack's going to be answered by that one as well from Team Lobster option. With the Fiora being left up, you got to feel that they know how to deal with it now. They're not scared of it. But the Camille, maybe a little bit of questions need to go around that one. So, how do you round off these drafts? Because Seraphine Sona is such a potent lane if that is going to the bot lane.
Yeah, it's quite potent as well. I would expect to go into the bot lane. I've seen it a lot, and with the Cataclysm, that's a big channel there for the crescendo and for the encore as well as those musical gals are. You just need something that can just play safe from afar
Oh
here
no.
as well. And another Fiora just need another answer to that split push. That's all they need to end up and win these games here, as they've been able to pick people off with their compositions.
Well, they picked the Fiora again. I feel like it's just not worked. They had a favorable matchup last time out and it didn't work. They banned out actually Lobster. Took away the Malphite in this case, so not going to go up against the Fiora. It's going to be answered here by the Scion potentially. It's not a bad pick at all. It synergizes really well with the Lilia and the Jinx and what they're trying to do in this game. And of course, the Yumi, new and improved, going to be introduced to this one as well. So how can they round off this draft? They're going to pick the Lucian. Uzi gets his Lucian back. And now the Tristana is still available. So that wouldn't go too badly into that Lucian in that mid lane.
And they do need some more AD here, as Jarvan's a bit more of a bruiser. Fiora, of course, has that as well, but just a little bit more is what they're going to be needing to round stuff off here. So potentially there. Or they could go with another Irelia pick if they want to try that route as well. They were able to get some value here as well, got some nice kills. But it looks like the Akshan here is going to be the final choice. Another pick that makes some sense.
I gotta say, I favor Lobster so badly in this draft. I mean, to be honest with you, the Seraphine Sona actually threw me off a little bit. So we're going AP carry in the Seraphine, which is it's probably not the greatest. She's probably better in a solo lane by herself, but the fact she has the Sona, that enhanced healing, means that Jinx and Yumi are not going to get a whole lot done because there's not a lot of
Mhm.
whole lot to engage in that bot side. Apart from that final chapter that comes out of Yumi, if you can root out both of them, you're certainly not going to out damage the heal.
Yumi cannot root anymore. She gives
Oh,
extra healing because of the changes with all of that goes. She's gonna give some extra stats with her best friend, whoever she's been with the longest. So probably jinx it with how this has been going with it as well. The root not gonna be there. It will heal people though, so it's been super potent, especially if they pair it with a Nyla as well, who gets a lot of benefit. Of course, that's not gonna be into this game as well, but the Yumi changes are in.
well, I will get accustomed to them. That's why Abba is the color today. He knows when to correct me. I have no idea about Yumi right now in the game state that she's in. She's usually either banned away or never even looked at. But bring our attention to Maga. We have to, Abba, in this final game, gets the Lilia that was so potent with that Lilin lullaby. The fact that there's an Akshan on the board, it didn't fare well the last time they took it. It
Yeah, they
didn't
didn't.
do anything the last
Yeah,
time they took it.
yeah, they didn't really get a whole lot of revives value out of it too, especially with Karthus on the other side. So they weren't able to get that potential benefit out of there as well. So we'll have to see if they're able to get some of these rotations here with the stealth as well. But I don't see it coming into the mid lane quite as well. The Lucian Akshan matchup, a very interesting one. Lucian and Akshan both have a lot of mobility with it. Of course, Akshan goes a little bit further with those walls, but can't necessarily get over them. He has to arc around them, but Lucian can just go straight through. So we'll have to see if Lucian's early game prowess will be enough to stop Akshan.
Well, let's talk about the team compositions here. So, on the side of Utah, they have that insane healing potential, but who is that going to enable? Are they putting all the eggs into the Fiora basket here? Because Fiora, ultimately, she's a good team fighter. If the team fight is already over and if she comes in to clean up, then it's fantastic. But Seraphine and Sona are looking to withstand any damage that come out from a hyper carry Jinx, to come out from a carry like Lucian, to get through the forefront of Sion, plus the potential sleep from Lilia. And then you got
Oh,
the Yumi bouncing around on these AD carries. How do they play these team fights? Because Utah right now, I don't see it. I
so the
don't see it.
So the way Utah has to answer this, which is a good question, is that Fiora is going to be continuing to do a lot of these pushes as well. Could teleport to clean up some of these fights, or continue to push should they need to. But the thing is, Jarvan's going to be going in. They're their go button. Seraphine and Sona's job is to follow up on that and potentially to make sure Jarvan stays alive, to peel away for Akshan and them as well, to get the damage onto these super important carries like Uzi and Madolche.
Madolche, so monstrous, so reliable. The lobster option, it looked like, look, the crustacean was asleep. Now it's awake. That beast has been awoken. And man, this game five is looking right on the pinnacle of edges. This is all or nothing. This is
Mm-hmm.
their final. You don't think about the semis, you think about what's in front of you. So, before we get into this, Abba, once again, let's get a prediction going. Based on these team compositions, who is going to win this?
I don't think the crustaceans are going to be able to answer the Fiora here. I don't think they did as well as they needed to with the Silent pick originally. So I think Utah actually might be able to close this up and adapt. Of course, they'll have to go overcome the kind of mental boom that they've had, as they've been a lot more quiet into these last few games that they've lost.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. I think Lobster option have been just picking up momentum ever since game two. I think they got enough in the tank to get this done, but can they?
Yeah.
Big fan of Utah, big fan of the series, Lobster option. The action has been here from the very beginning till the end. And if you missed it, where the hell were you? The
Yeah.
action it was there since the very beginning. But we're going to cut to a small break. When we come back, it's the finale. It's what is going to happen. Who is going to go to the semis? Find out after this. Team Lobster option against Utah. It's all or nothing. Risen faithful quarterfinals between Utah. I say Utah. Utah. Yeah, I'm from Europe. Utah State eSports against the Lobster option. Lamb and ABBA Trombone coming at you with this one. And what an enticing series. I mean, you can't take your eyes away for a second. In this one, it's just fully action from the get-go here, ABBA, but it's all to do. Those previous 4 games, they don't matter. It's just about this 5th game.
It's just this one. It's like it's a best of one right now. Whoever takes this takes the series, and we'll go into the semifinals here. So very hype here as well. A nice handshake here in the 5 point here. No one finding where the jungler is starting here quite yet. Although, well, I think they'll probably be playing parallel on the side of the map.
Well, this is such an important game that the fact that everybody starts off with 5 point defense shows you how much risk there is involved in
Yeah.
snowballing a level 1 lead. So nobody's going to abide by that. Will the man gets a Fiora for the 3rd time in this series. No win percentage
Ooh,
thus far.
interesting. So we're seeing Fifth Business start top and MAGA starting onto their Raptors, but they're making it look like they started bot with Madolce there showing up a little bit later there.
So Valentine and Kiamya, they bring out the Seraphine and Sona. This is obviously something that they predicted they might have to bring out just in case of anything that happens. And they've got it here and now. So how do you think this matchup actually flares out here, Abba? Because Seraphine and Sona, not your traditional bot lane, the DPS not going to be there. Not as much Madolche, who has jinxed before and looked pretty unstoppable.
Well, Madolche really needs items in order to go through this, and as an enchanter, you have a high base damage, which makes it hard to farm here, and you get a lot of push, so you're just going to be harassed under tower here quite a bit, which is a very difficult for Madolche here. The tier means you're going to have a lot of sustain with it, and you're going to be able to trade stuff up because you have so much healing as well.
We'll see how this transitions. The laning phase very close. Akshan pushing in Lucian. And Choppy, who's going to be attached to Madolche for the majority of this early game. And of course, we take our eyes back to the jungle. J4 now on that blue buff. He's probably looking to make something happen down there. But he's pathing down there for a reason. If he can get something onto this Jinx and Yuumi and start putting the pressure in the bot side, then it definitely opens up those dragon potentials. Because the healing potential, again, from Sona and Seraphine is unmatched.
Mm-hmm. Unmatched, super unparalleled here. Although sinking all this damage into Choppy here, not what you want to be seeing here, as if they're low, they can just hop under their AD carry. Madolche's positioning here has been on point, which means they should be pretty safe here as well.
And just looking at the regular season for both of these phenomenal organizations, who it's always a pleasure to cast over. Utah undefeated, 7-0 for the whole season. Never looked like they were matched, not even once. Now they come into a series in the best of 5 and Lobster option all the way back at the very beginning of the league when we had that very brief invitational, went to the dominant league in Risen. They stood up and they were counted for. And Bedard, who is now renamed to Uzi Upset Table, all the talk was about him, Abba. He was phenomenal on the AD carry performance. He's then going to get out of that one with a heroic swing. And now he finds himself in the mid lane. He's picked up the Lucian several times in the series now and has looked so comfortable in that 1v1 matchup.
Every time you stick him on an AD carry in the mid lane, he's won it. They've won that set. Oh, forcing out a heal here out of Choppy here. Super important onto them. Although Valentine and Kayama are very low in mana, which is very important as a caster.
Madolche will reap the rewards of the Yuumi recently changed. So, of course, as very good color caster indicated, Abba said that there's no more route accompanied by that final chapter. You get a percentage of healing instead. So it's a trade for a trade. No more AoE stun ability from the Yuumi. So it's not going to be that potent, but the healing is still going to come in. So it might be able to answer the Seraphine Sona. Is it? On the 3. Oh, Uzi! First blood in this game. Laying down the foundations for Lobster option.
Woo. Yeah, of course, Uzi is getting the first blood here. Good duelist here, able to get some of that into fruition here. Although, with the wave being crashed here, not big enough to get a nice bounce back till right about now. They're going to be able to spend some of this gold here. And more importantly, they've been able to get some stacks onto this call here, which has also been really nice for them.
What a performance in this whole series by Uzi in that mid lane. A very capable mid laner. And going forward, spotlight has to be put on him. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
the whole time we were talking about Maga
Ooh.
Warrior, but you forget the 1v1 potential in that mid lane. Blaziken now learn to just absorb all of the damage that comes out from the Fiora. You look at that CS discrepancy up there. It's not looking favorable for the Scion, but he's got one job in this game, and that job is to survive. He's then going to go back on the Maga Warrior. Oh, he actually gets the kill. Uzi gets the calling off, but the heroic swing going to take the action to safety. He gets the kill back for Uta.
A slightly different build coming out of Uzi here too, with the serrated Dirk. Last time we saw an early Essence Reaver here, so he's mixing things up, trying to get some value there and burst down some of these squishier targets here.
And again, he's then gonna find Uzi in that 1v1 potential. Dragon actually being collapsed on very early on. James Jinx making the roam around there to see if the J4 is there, and that is going to be accepted as well. Madolche paired up with Choppy, flash across the flag and drag. The Dragon just going to be left alone. They'll pick up Madolche there. Yumi actually gets the safety on the form of the Lucian. Relentless Pursuit gets him out of that one. But Utah making a power play this early on in the game that they're going to collect that Dragon.
Yeah, it's not quite over yet, but they do have the numbers advantage here. If they get too low here, it'll be difficult to heal this up, but it does look like Utah is going to be able to secure an earlier Dragon here, and they have the gold lead this time here.
Oh, this fight is not over. Fifth business comes off the Dragon again. Maga Warrior goes forward with a Q, lands on multiple. Akshan, heroic swing. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Valentine flashes at the right time. They get the jungler. Lobster option will secure the first Dragon of the game.
Oh my goodness. That ultimate just coming in from downtown there. Cue up the Thomas the Tank Engine music there, just being able to cruise through Summoner's Rift and get a pickup there. Of course, low the man there, able to get 2 plates here, a lot of farm, deny some CS, deny the XP here. Also very important to force out that teleport with it.
Scion behind in the CS department, but that doesn't stop Blaziken getting involved in the objective of the game first early on. This is probably the earliest Dragon we've seen in the series. Is Low the Man takes a decimating smash to the face, and he'll walk that one out. Of course, Low the Man going to be relentless in this push in the top side, but they know exactly the game plan of Utah here. Abba, and they seem to have found an answer. Now they picked up the Scion. It's not quite the same as the Malphite, but it offers the same utility in that department.
Yeah, they are getting some good utility here. The early Bramble is certainly helping with the trade, not getting as much out of the grass with that HP stacking there as well. And any healing they were going to get out of Divine Sundra later in, and the Ravenous Hydra, once that comes in as well, making sure that you stay nice and healthy in these trades and stopping the enemy from being too healthy in them.
Again, Akshan gonna go aggressive in that mid lane against Uzi, and the
Oh,
Lucian
the
will trade back. Oh, good flash from his end. Keeps him alive for now, Cullen out of Uzi. Fifth business drops the flag there. He's just on ward clearing duty, so no threat on Uzi's life right now. The Lucian going to opt for the back, and the Akshan's going to handshake that one. He'll go back as well. And we'll keep our eyes towards that jungle. Lilia still yet to get involved, has that one assist. But we know how much of a threat Maga Warrior is here, Abba.
Yeah, they did get shut down a little bit earlier, or I should say picked off, but they have been able to lead a lot of these games here and just get a nice advantage. Of course, they have the farm lead right now. They're both even in KDAs, and they've been able to get an early Dark Seal to pay off here, as they already have 1 stack.
One stack. We need to see that Medjai's. Got to see the Medjai's for the final 5th game of the series. Absolutely sure of that. Fifth business, Maga Warrior. All eyes are on you guys. I'll be honest. I'll see that Medjai's on the J4. Maybe a little bit trolling, but at least your flag is going to do some damage. 54 CS in the department of that. The jungler is up. We're going to get a Cataclysm in. My Dolce will flash out with that one. And that'll be the final chapter coming out of Yumi. Remember, no root on this ultimate since the changes. Just going to get a heal onto my Dolce a little bit more. And my Dolce be just fine.
Yeah, an exciting game here. Welcome Unified live from that raid here as well. This is a best of
Unified,
five.
what's up, baby? Welcome.
Yeah, welcome here. It's a best of five. It's 2-2 here. Possibly a reverse sweep coming out of the Lobster option on blue side. We'll have to see if this gold lead in the advantage for the top side is going to be enough here with all those plates. But a lot of these returns have been going on with these super long fights. Three enchanters in this game, so these fights will not be short.
Well, 700 gold lead in the favor of Utah. So for the first time in about 3 games, they have the gold lead. Can they hold on to it now? They're very good in the CSN department. You see the majority of that is up there in the top lane. Sion absorbing all the damage, all the pressure from Low, the man who is that big carry for this team, this Utah squad. Heavily reliable on Low. The man is getting paid in turrets right now. Madolche going to walk back there. Azen goes forward, gets dropped on the exhaust. Kiamia walking around the side there. Can Azen get out of this? Heroic Swing is going to come into fruition. The flag and drag going to come across from fifth business. Doesn't pull the trigger on that Cataclysm because they're on a cooldown right now. Trade over from the Jinx. And yet again, the attempt on Madolche's life is going to be foiled.
And it's super important that they live there. They committed 4 people there, and Uzi was able to push there and get some plates as a return into Azen. You don't have to necessarily go for a counter push here, although it looks like another brawl into the top side as the final vitals come. Do you think this is going to be enough?
Lazy Kiss, he flashes right him out, and Low the Man tanks too many turret shots right now. So Low the Man, very low in this department. Blazikus just gonna hug the turret right now. Mega Death Rocket being sent by Madolche! Gets the kill onto Low the Man!
The cross map plays there, being pinched between a minion and a hard place, getting secured there by Madolche. Very well played. It's always amazing when you get those plays as Jinx. They have the right to be excited with plays like that. Just getting the gold lead that they need here. And we got to mention here, Uzi has a collector right now. They're going to be able to pop some of these low health targets here who are very squishy.
Uzi walking up. Maga Warrior going to get interrupted by the flag and drag. Going to get pulled back there. It's going to be the encore going through as well. That'll be the kill going over at fifth business. Walking forward. Cullen going to come out. Yumi going to be paired with the J4 for now. Madolche waiting in the wings to back up the mid laner right now. Sends up the zap. Lands on the opposing AD carry. Valentine just going to walk that one away. I should say AP carry in this case. Dragon going to be started by Utah. They got 4 strong. They got 5 strong. Low the man made the roam down here. That's ultimate going to come out from the action. He may be able to get this one down. Madolche is going to tank it for a second. Uzi still going to get the assistance of the Yumi there. That riposte is going to miss, but he's going to walk over the Chompers. And Jinx will fall to the top laner Utah as they make a power play in this bot side of the map.
It's going to be even in Dragons here, able to get some of these pickups, committing 5 people here as well. The teleport's still up by Low the Man here. Very important for them to have. But more importantly here, stopping Madolche from being able to scale here. Getting that pickup is why this Dragon was secured. Why they're able to get this set up completely. It's good for the side of Utah here with the setup that they have. This is the first bad game we've seen from Mega Warrior. They've been having a commanding lead, but that's not quite the case here now.
Unstoppable onslaught activated from the Scion. Doesn't land on it low. The man is going to get sent to sleep. Khabib against McGregor. Will it be that? It's 2v1, so probably not. Low the man still getting the lunge out. Grand challenge already going to be placed down. Maga Warrior, he's under threat here. Low the man seeking the first kill. It is 2v1. Turns it around. Blazy Kiss now in trouble here. The minions actually helping out with this one. Fit business. Making it his business to make sure his top laner doesn't fall. Low the man stands tall in that 2v1.
Yeah, I said that Fiora's gonna have a nice time here. Low the Man played a 2v1 here, of course. Fifth Business was able to show up and give them the business, as you eloquently said, but in the end, it was basically a 2v1 here. Although, oh no, Choppy might be chopped off here from their team.
Yumi still going to be okay. Finish chapter comes out, so the healing going to go across as well. Cullen going to be activated from the mid laner. Kiamia goes low, and Choppy will get that one. They pick off the Sona. So good collapse. Roam coming down from Uzi. He'll return to that mid lane. J4 got the push, and Akshan hovering around there. We'll see that Swirl Seed actually going wide. Not going to actually connect on the J4. Uzi on the threat now. Then is here. The Akshan, the heroic swing is actually going to get the ultimate out. And got. Down goes the Lucian. He's so used to putting out those shots himself. But on the receiving end from the Akshan.
Yeah, they're getting the revive there, I believe, as well in Valentine. So, oh no, the Valentine has never died yet. What am I talking about here? Been a long series here
It has.
between everyone. Oh, but just getting those pickups there, super important there. The healing not quite being enough to stop from Uzi here. Getting collected here. Are we getting a
My
collection
God.
here onto Maga Warrior here, who's
Fifth
died several
business.
times? Fifth
Oh,
business
baby.
just
The
getting
J4
out.
walks it out 250 health. He's all good in
Oh,
the
not
hood,
quite
making it
yet.
happen.
Okay, no, Blaze is not going to be able to cut stuff out there. Although the first tower has fallen here, below the man, unlocked. They could push deeper or split push in a different lane here to set up some of these others' objectives.
Well, for the first time in this series, we see Utah with a gold lead 2000 to the good. Probably 1900. Quick math on the desk. You know how we do, Abba. It's not a strong point, but we get it. We make it
Yeah,
happen.
it's
We make
2K,
it
it's
happen.
2K.
It's
Yeah.
2K. All right, it's 2K. Oh, there you go. Solidified right now. Dragging a piece. This game reaching a little bit of a lull here. For how long, we don't know. But Utah, they've never been in this position before, apart from game one. Can they grasp onto this game and make it happen? Fiora actually accelerated for the first time. This is 1 out of 3 attempts for Low, the man. He's looking very comfortable up there against the Sion.
Yeah, looking fairly comfortable here with the Divine Sunder here as well. Going to be very potent for them. And Blaziken doesn't have the item that they need here, the Sunfire Aegis here to stop some of these pushes here to give them the momentum that they might want in order to push here. And Lo the Man can potentially kill Madoche here. If they're able to get a dive set up, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. No root, of course, but the Chompers will get you down.
Okay, Blaziken actually going to activate the ultimate to interrupt the flag and drag from fifth business. He's then going to go forward. Cataclysm still available. If they want Blaziken that badly, flag and drag going to reactivate right there. Sion's actually going to fall. That Destor is not going to help him out in this one. Kiamia made the roam up as well. Jinx being left alone with the Yumi. Up against Low Demand, they make the rotations happen. Here, final chapter going to come out. Look at the health bar of Madoche. That's going to be the increased healing from the recent patch. That goes out as well. Going to drop the exhaust as well. Maga Warrior gets his shutdown onto the top laner. So the Lobster option, they make the Fiora count for that overextension.
Yeah, Choppy's ultimate there, healing for 69. Nice amount of procs per each wave there being super good. And of course, Maga Warrior getting up to show there for an extra person to really make sure that that fight was going to be favorable for them. Able to invade and set up for this dragon as that tower's also been taken here. Mid lane, though, being pressured by Utah.
Well, it's worth noting that Jarvan actually picked up that Herald. It's going to be dropped in that mid lane. Uzi pretty upset about that one. This turret is definitely going to fall. So Utah collecting some more gold in the pocket. That gold lead cut down to about 900 now. So it's
Mm-hmm.
not as far as it used to be. And the Lobster option, they will not go away. This dragon is on the field right now. That's got to be the next focus of this team.
Yeah, every team here benefits from the extra resistances here, but I think Utah gets a little bit more because they have so much healing in their composition as well, so they're going to be able to use that health more effectively with those extra resistances.
Low the man is going to get backed up by Aze, and here heroic swing not going to go across the terrain. Madochi peeling it back. Look at the chompers come out. Okay, Low the man. Cullen comes out as well. Oh, Mega Death Rocket Madochi. Remember the name. He's a little bit built different in this series. Picks off the top laner.
Yeah, got a Mega Death Rocket, and I'll write your name in it. And man, just going in too deep there, not able to quite get the grand challenge onto Uzi here. Too many dashes within his kit to try and get out here. Although, are we going to see another pickup here? Looks like that's not going to be quite the case here. Very even here, though, with the gold lead going back over to the Crustaceans.
Well, everything's said and done. That's the second dragon in the game for Utah eSports right now. So they'll feel good about that. They're going to pick up that second tier in the mid lane. They're going to back off for strong. Fiora returning to that top lane was pushed in, I believe, by Blaziken. So the CS department is still pretty good for Utah State. In this case, certainly in the top lane. But Lilia accelerated, even though she's got 4 deaths in this game. You remember here, Abba, that the CS department, it matters a whole lot. And as long as that gold income is steady, this is going to be a close game.
Gold and XP win games in their own right. Of course, there are other factors and ways to win. Soul has been a good win condition. XP's been a good win condition here. And split pushing, just creating all that pressure, has been a win condition. And we're seeing all of this come in together in this fifth game with Low doing some split pushing here, with Maga trying to get some nice XP here. And of course, the rotations coming out of fifth business to try and shut down some of these big name champions.
Well, as they shape up to go towards this big purple worm, as made reference to several times, the
Mm.
Encore going to land on Yumi. Can't get out of that one. Interrupted beyond dead. Choppy. False.
Yet a lot of resources committed for a support there, but nonetheless, if that's enough to get your numbers for an early 20-minute Baron right onto spawn, basically, that could really change this game.
Unstoppable Onslaught actually going to land on his support. Kiamiya absorbing a lot of damage here. There's three fights on three fronts right now. The Rockets coming in from Jinx. Madolce trying to get something done. Fifth business, making it his business to get involved there. Lucian got to fall in that skirmish. Low the man still going relentlessly. Pursuing Madolce. Gets it. The grand challenge laid down. And Low the man will reap all the rewards from that one. Blaziken. The last stages of that fight will go down in a blaze of fire. The Scion trying to fight back, but he's just a ghost. Casper, the friendly ghost. He's not doing any damage in this one. Baron surely going over to Utah.
Yeah, I know you doubted the double enchanter here, but when you have the double enchanter, you have the heals, the fields, and the peels, and they were able to just keep low the man there, who's able to get Madolce into this matchup and secure the Baron here, as Maga Warrior isn't going to get here for this objective in time, and the smite is still up here, not that they even need it.
Akshan gonna accept that invitation. He'll secure that Baron. Maga Warrior will go back to fiending off all the objectives in that jungle blue side. Trying to get as much gold as you can. Cosmic Drive going to be available
Oh,
now for
hold
the
up,
Lilia. But,
hold up. Look at the mythic that Maga Warrior has right now. Not the
okay,
mythic you would
question
expect.
ping that. Question ping that. Yeah, that's an FF of 15 for me. But this is not LAN playing League of Legends right now. This is Summoner's Rift. This is a best of 5, and this is the 5th game of the series. They know what they're doing. Swirl Seed goes out, only lands onto the minions for now. Actually going to tag up the support there. Kiamiya, only the one going to be put to sleep. Madalchi going to go closed in on the Cataclysm. Teleport going to come in as well. That's going to be Fiora joining the fray. 5 strong as Utah State. They're walking it down here. Swirl Seed going to be activated as well, but no sleep available. Only used onto the Sona. Blaziken looking to get the wraparound, but it might not be enough. The Baron going to be empowered here. They're looking to crack open the base here. They will successfully. They need to be careful. They could end the game off of this. Maga Warrior fending off low. The man over goes AZN. That's going to be the unstoppable onslaught. Onto the back line. Cullen goes out. Valentine going to walk away. The healing is so good from Seraphine and Sona. Blaziken's going to accept the grand challenge from Fiora. She'll walk back to the mid lane. And Utah eSports State, they'll get the inhibitor. They got what they came for. It looks like they're leaving.
Hey, getting an inhib here with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, super important. They might be a little bit low in mana here. Kayama, they're super low in mana. It's going to make this Dragon fight a little bit more difficult, but it's also more difficult if you don't have the vision to follow up on it as well, especially with low getting a nice split push here. Baron buff is active. Towers do matter here right now, as that creates the pressure they got from game 1 to secure games.
T-minus 10 seconds on this next dragon. This will be sole point for the side of Utah. If they can make it happen, he's then going to be the next focus. Chompers go down, going to get sent to sleep for a second. They'll collapse onto him. They get a shot down onto the Akshan. That goes on to the Jinx. Low, the man has to get out of there. Decimate Smash not going to go down from Blaziken, but that's into the corridor. Oh, the encore is so good from Valentine. They're turning it around. Blaziken's getting demolished on that front line. Maga Warrior has to hightail it. Return fire from the Jinx. Madolce still healthy. Triple kill from the J4. Looking to root up Madolce. Fit business coming in, eating the rockets from Madolce. Flag and Dragon not going to land. The Yumi not enough. Kiamiya seals up the fate of the AD carry. Ace goes over at Utah eSports State. We're seeing a teleport. They're trying to end the game here, Abba.
Yeah, they're trying to end the game here with an ace here. A lot of healing here, not just out of the double enchanters here, but the Radiant Virtue coming out of fifth business. So much healing here, and there's not a lot of
They
anti-healing
can't
here.
end the
As
game.
Yeah, they can't end the game. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. But the only anti-healing is with the Oblivion Orb coming out of Choppy. And of course, should you land some of these auto attacks onto the Scion here, the Bramble Vest as well.
Seraphine, Valentine getting a little bit excited, just like Lamb. Teleports in to try and end the game. Can't end the game, but they'll sell for that dragon. That's going to be
They
soul
did get a
points
tower.
secured for Utah. They've got that inhibitor as well. Next is turn number one. Going to be down on the side of the Lobster option. They're put against the fence right now. They have to try and withstand this onslaught. But can they? 4,000 goal lead in favor of the favorites of this series.
Uh, yeah, there's still time to come back, but it's getting more and more dire here. 4,000 gold, harder to slip up than 2,000, what we were seeing before. The gold difference has exchanged hands before, but there's a lot of pressure to answer here from the Crustaceans. There's Soul Point on Utah. A lot of towers are down. You're down to one Nexus tower as well. And of course, Man is a monstrous split pusher we've seen throughout this series.
This is not dire circumstances for the Lobster option. They have to await this inhibitor coming back up. They can stabilize in this game. Sure, they need to give over another couple of turrets for sure in this top lane. This one's a bit of fall. Blaze's Kiss going to bear witness to that one. But more gold in the pocket of Utah State here as they are marching it down that top lane. They got the 4-1. Fiora's going to go up against the Lucian, who does have the mythic item, I should say, not the legendary item. He's got the Gale Force this time around here. A little bit change up in the build, Abba, but the stall is happening. They still have the same gold lead. And right now, the Lobster option, they need all the time they can get as they absorb these minion waves.
Yeah, but the problem is Baron's up in less than a minute here, and with mid shoving because of the inhib and the amount of pressure that they have on the top side as well, that's going to be difficult for them to go into this setup. And all the vision here is on the side of Utah as well. So they'll have to see if any picks get here because the Crustaceans really need that in order to end this game. And Man split pushing bot side with teleport up.
Well, the one sole component that Utah are missing right now is that Baron, 25 seconds away. Gotta feel that's the next focus for this organization as they look to surmount and deplete the Lobster option, who have bounced back in this series so damn well. 2 games on the trot for them, but they find themselves behind in the conclusive series. 4,000 gold. That big purple worm going to show, and it looks like they're going to abide by that. Utah looking to secure this Baron.
Yeah, Baron's going to help extend this lead even more, get some nice resets, expend some of the gold that they have. As, you know, Azet has over 1,000 gold right now, as does Valentine and Kamiyama here. So just getting that extra gold after this, especially being objective bounties are up right now. And it's so difficult for the Crustaceans to push up here. They need the waves out so that it's going to be harder for Utah to push up here.
Brace yourselves. Action is coming. Not action. Action. Well, action by action. That works as well. He's in this game. Fared pretty well. 5-2. 2 items to the good as well. But look on the opposing side. It's just as good from Uzi. He's got that Gale Force. He's got the Collector. He's probably looking to cash in on that very last item. Swirl Seed actually lands on multiple members there, but they have to get through the healing factor that is Seraphine and Sona. How do they withstand this? The Baron Onslaught. It's about to happen.
A lot to answer here, and meanwhile, Lull is pushing into this inhib as well. Madolce and Choppy are answering this as well, bouncing back and forth here. Well, the cannon minion is just sieging here, doing a lot of damage to that inhib tower on the top side.
Blazica still looking for that opportunity. Decimated Smash falls a little bit short for the top laner of the Lobster option. And it's a slow and methodical stance as Utah just look to slowly break open this base, try and predict where the action is going to come. Level 16 now on low demand, 3 points in that grand challenge. Who's that challenge going to go into? This game is so close. If the Lobster option can withstand this Baron push, it's going to spell really good things for them. But we got 40 seconds on that next dragon, and that's going to be the soul for the side of Utah.
Yeah, and with the recalls happening, it looks like they had a successful defense, which is really good out of the crustaceans here. The Iron Curl coming out of their nice shells, able to stop this into here. Although there's going to be a nice push here onto the bot side as well, just to make sure that that wave gets under control. But their mid inhib on the crustaceans is also going to be up to help protect them into these games.
And so much emphasis has gone on to MAGA Warrior in this game is just not being the one. I mean, you play consistently for 4 games in total, and then the very last game you fall a little bit short, 1-5 for the series. Moonstone completed as a mythic, but that dragon is most certainly going over to Utah. They extend that gold lead here. It's looking pretty good for them. Can they close out the game here though, Abba? That's the big question.
That is the big question indeed. The crustaceans only have their inhib towers and nexus towers open right now, as Lothman was able to take that last one in the bot side here, and they're sitting here as a 4-1 composition into the top side here, and it looks like that this inhib is going to be falling down pretty soon, although Baron buff has to be wearing off fairly soon right now as well, so the clock is ticking for how this is going to get set up.
Inhibitor secured. Top lane gonna be burst down as well. Breaking open the base here. Onslaught is good. Blaze a kiss. Misses Decimate Smash as well. Soul Furnace goes out. Doesn't get anything. Flash forward from MAGA. Looking to put him asleep here. Who they gonna actually target? Low the man off to the side here. He's in allowed chill down to 75% health. Still looking forward. Low the man taking the fight to them. They're going to get the engage from Fifth Business. Cataclysm goes down as well. This might be the fight. They're peeling it back really well. The Lobster option biting back in this one. Utah might have bitten off a little more than they can chew. They need to peel it back. Madolce still relentless on the Jinx. The Rockets, that's the shutdown over a Lilia. They withstand the onslaught and they get one. Lobster option not going down without a fight.
Not going down without a fight at all. These games have been so exciting. It just hasn't been the Jinx here, of course, with her passive, but it's just been all these plays here. They've been able to defend stuff quite well. They did only get 1 kill for 2 inhibs, which is not necessarily where you want to be, especially with the bot side getting pushed in as well. But like I said earlier in this set, there's always time to throw these games and get a return kill. And it's 30 minutes. So these death timers are only going to get longer, and with all these towers going down, there's certainly time to push through and chew through these turrets. If you end up getting an ace.
That ace will win the game. We are 32, approaching 33 minutes into the game. Soul achieved for Utah. We got an Elder just under 4 minutes away. We got 130 on that Baron. These next objectives going to be so big, but can they close out? We're so far into the game here, Abba, that it doesn't really matter. We got 3 items on this Jinx right now. The Lilia actually just completed Rylai's as well, and Sion will continue to get tanky as he stacks up with that Soul Furnace. So these supers, not effective as you would think.
Yeah, they've been quite nice, but they've still been able to get some kills on the side of Lobster. As you know, the collector has been able to collect people, and they've just been able to play things out nice and slow, as well as they have some nice healing on their team as well.
Risen eSports faithful, you have to be happy with this. This is a quarterfinal. This isn't even a final. We got more in store for you. Let me tell you, that Baron 30 seconds away. Utah looking really good for this one. It seems uncontestable for the Lobster option to actually get into the vicinity. Look at the ward coverage, the pink wards in the blue side of the jungle right now, and Low the man will abide by that. He's going to start pushing that bot lane. That split pushing might come into effect here now, Abba.
Yeah, it's an answer that they're going to have to commit to. How many resources do they need to stop Low the man? And are they aware that a Baron is on the midst? I think they are. With how things are going, they're not going to be able to answer things up quite as well as Low could answer with this as well. They're committing a lot of resources to stop her, though, and not committing necessarily enough to push these wave outs, because with Baron being down, that makes it easier to push out on the side of Utah.
Guardian Angel now completed for Low the man. He's fully equipped to take any kind of fight. that you like 4 items actually completed onto the Jinx. My Dolce, relentless in this series, an AD carry that you will remember for the ages, putting out a performance here. And of course, Uzi, we know how much this individual can basically put forward in these team fights. We'll see if he actually steps up to the plate here. We see a minute, just over a minute 30 on that Elder, and you gotta say that's got to be the game-winning play here. But if they get the Elder, then it's just so hard to actually beat through this team.
Yeah, it really ends fights there. And of course, Fiora has true damage that's percent max health. So Blaziken's extra health here might not matter as much as they would want. The more AD you get, the more true damage you're going to get as well with those vital procs.
All right, the siege is starting. Baron buff power play online. AZen gone rogue for a second. Mountain Drake Soul going to be achieved by the side of Utah. They had that certain minutes ago, about 6 minutes ago now. They secured that. Rockets go out from Madolchi, still level 14. 4 items to the good on this Jinx. Blaziken withstanding the onslaught. 3 strong in this ball lane. Fiora and Akshan going to abide by that. Push in on the mid lane. Where is the trigger going to come from? You got to say that the patience is very much a virtue in this game. Blaziken still sitting there. That turret is taking insurmountable damage for now. So royalty goes out. They're going to pull the trigger. Mega Warrior deletes Akshan. Low the man. The next focus. The Jinx. Dolce, the GA going to be procced here, and they abide by it. Lobster option, by the patience, get the crit rockets in. Decimated smash lands on the 5th business. Cataclysm going to go wayward shutdown over to Uzi. The Lobster option will just not go away in this series.
Yeah, that pick there, super important for them, and they weren't able to protect Low the Man there with their Guardian Angel going down there as well. So this is going to be a nice dragon here. Elder Dragon, super important, although Low is going to be doing a base race here. Could this be how they end game 5 here?
Oh, Uzi in trouble here. Riposte actually misses. Doesn't get a stun on that one. Please, because it's going to go under the only definition. Elder Drake actually secured by Mega Warrior. Mega Death Rocket goes wider on the fallen time. They get the Seraphine. Less than a minute on that death timer, but doesn't look like they'll get very much done. The wave state certainly in favor of Utah still. We reach another stalemate in this game. It's going to be delayed here, Abba.
Yeah, delaying things with a Jinx here. Very, very important for them as well. Especially if all these enchanters aren't able to stay alive, that does make things a lot more difficult for Utah here. And we're seeing a counter push. Finally, it's not just a defense now. It is a counter push.
Well, mid turret, second tier, going to be under threat. That's a bounty still in this game. More gold over the pockets of Lobster option. They'll abide by that. They'll collect that one. Fiora is actually on that inhibitor turret. It'll take something special from Blaziken to actually get Low the Man off of this one. Low the Man, he's made sure that these inhibitors, once they're exposed, they have to go down, Abba.
Yeah, the rule of league, if there's an inhib, it has to be down here at this point. Well, the man here, not quite sticking to 9 CS a minute, but still has a lot of gold, has Flame Horizon to Blaziken at this stage into the game.
Brace yourselves.
And Madolche's Flamed Horizon as well.
All 3 inhibitors are down for the side of the Lobster option. They have the items to deal with these super minions as well. Chemtech Purifier picked up from the Yumi as well. Cut down on the healing somewhat, and Seraphine and Sona. But can they get into that 5-on-5 favorable team fight? It's yet to be determined. Again, we're almost 40 minutes into this game. What a performance to get to this game 5, and it's going to have some conclusion.
Are we going to see 3 Barons here out of Utah? It's coming up in a minute and 30 seconds, and it doesn't look like the game's coming to a close anytime sooner here. But that could be enough for them to push things out if they're able to get it. It would certainly feel great to get 3 Barons to hopefully get the game here, but that might not be the case here. It would feel bad to lose if you got 2 Barons out of this, and the Soul here. But Crustacean has been putting up such an excellent fight here, and trying not to give them any more room than they have to.
Well, you know what they say, third time is the charm. Can they make it happen? Oh, gone rogue is AZen, looking for the solo kill. Potentially on Uzi, heroic swing into the comeuppance. Can he get it there? Oh! Solo
The
kill
Flash.
for the mid laner. Eason gets one over on Uzi. He goes on to a T minus 60-minute cooldown.
Yeah, and that's a long cooldown with the base being shoved in the way it is there. Although Azen getting lower and has some important summoners down here. The Drowsy also coming into play here. This is a final standoff here. Can Crustaceans defend?
Can they get through? Madolche gets a flash out of him. Cataclysm going to be abide by fifth. They're actually going to focus his next turret instead. Nexus reveal fifth minutes. But it go down by Madolche, but it's not enough. The brute force is enough from Utah State. They will go to the semi-finals of Risen Dominate.
An exciting matchup there. It was not looking good for them for a while with the defense that they had and the dropping games 3 and 4. But in the end, it went to Utah.
What a performance from both of these organizations. Honestly, it
Hmm.
was just to and fro. Lobster option fell a little bit too behind. You feel like if that game could be extended a little bit more, maybe they turn that game ending fight around, but they just couldn't. The brute force was too much low. The man set it up. He got all three inhibitors, Abba. All three inhibitors on low the man. He gets the objectives. He gets the job done. The KDA might not be in their favor, but he certainly makes his team reap the rewards of that one.
Yeah, reaping the rewards there for sure. What do you think of the Seraphine Sona bot lane now that you've seen Utah use it?
I mean, only three deaths between the two of them. It just seemed like it was an impossible task to actually respond to it, right? The death. I want to say even the damage charge, 28,000, almost 29,000 on Seraphine. Valentine on the Seraphine was a problem, and they just couldn't deal with it. By the way, he was only 4,000 behind Low the man on the Fiora, who was relentless the whole game.
Yeah, relentless for sure. Of course, Madolche did the most damage here, able to utilize the Runon's Hurricane, able to get the rocket prockets. Everyone was fairly well clumped into those big team fights here. Very well played. Certainly an ace here for the team, along with Manga Warrior. Super good on the Crustaceans, even though they did end up losing.
So, with that being said, we can confirm the semi-final matchup. Actually, I don't know who won another one. I need to catch the VOD. But I can tell you for sure that Utah, they continue that winning streak. This 7-0 season is not at a close. They go 8-0 for the season right now. They're on their way to the semi-finals, which if we look at the damage charts of that, yeah, Michigan B or the winning formula will meet them in the semifinals. That's for sure. But who is to do that? I don't know. I've not had confirmation actually of that one happening. And I can tell you that the other series went to a best of five as well, Hiraba. So it's just total anarchy over
Yeah.
Summoner's Rift in these quarterfinals.
It was insane. All those fights happening, although the later games were a little bit more disciplined, a less fiesta mode versus those earlier games, but nonetheless, very well fought in between both teams.
Well, I can say for certain that if anybody is to find out the results of that other one, hop over to Risen 2. Guys, we've reached our peak on this one. The time is very short. It was a best of five. We went 5 games. We appreciate everybody turning out tonight. I want to give a big shout out to Bobby, our producer, for this evening. My man went hard. It was perfect. Nothing
Hmm.
went wrong. It was so consistent, and we love that over here in Risen Dominate. And of course, Abba for joining me on the desk. I am Lamb. I was your play-by-play. Abba Trombone was your color caster for tonight, but we have to bid you a farewell right now. For everybody interested, Risen 2 is where all the action is right now to find out the results of that. But we bid you good night, God bless, and we'll see you the next time. The semi-finals, it'll roll around and dominate. Good night.
Good night.